Welcome back with a map. Previously on the quest for the Quintic, we were learning about rings, vector spaces, a bit of group theory. We saw some field extensions. This afternoon, we're going to try and go a little bit further. We'll try and start getting into some stuff around here. We've discovered that there are some things around here which might or might not be relevant. So these things around here might or might not be useful, but hey, it feels like we should learn them along the way. Before lunch, I had a viewer. That was very exciting. The viewer, I've realised, was watching without audio. I didn't know that was a thing, but that means that I had this lovely conversation with the viewer where they couldn't hear what I was saying. So Twitch, that's just fun. There's a little icon that tells me they're watching without audio, which is why I'm learning about Twitch. It's all very exciting. Let's quickly reconnect that. Is that connected? There we go. It could be connected. At any point, anything can be connected to anything else. It's the way of the Twitch chat stream thing. Okay. Full disclosure, I've spent the last maybe a month trying to learn and understand this stuff on and off in my spare time, just by informally looking at the lecture notes and sort of skim reading things. And in the last month, I've realised I've made about as much progress as I made this morning. So sometimes this morning it looked like I was saying stuff that I already knew, or saying, oh yes, it's going to turn out to be a field extension. It's because that bit was stuff I've been looking at for the last month. Quite quickly, I've caught up with where I was over a month. I guess it goes to show that one morning of focused study where you actually pay attention, in my case, forcing myself to pay attention by talking out loud constantly and being on a live stream, you get a lot done. Right, good. Twitch now says I've got one viewer, but I think it's me. So, who watches the watcher? I do. On a little dashboard there. Sorry, I'm still very taken with all of the. I'm from YouTube. I mean, not originally, but I've done a lot of live streaming on YouTube where you just get a couple of things going on YouTube, whereas Twitch, obviously being built for streamers, it's got there's all sorts of numbers and stuff and chat. I can get usernames and oh my goodness, we could start a raid. It's just so many features. So that's all very exciting. Right, okay, I think we're going to jump straight back in. We could do a little previously on, but to be honest, the previously on is just rings, loads of ring facts. Let's do a quick previously on. It's a new segment I've invented. Previously, the thing that over lunch I remembered the most was, so thinking back on what we've done today, was this, Proposition 102. This is absolutely my favourite thing that we've done today, I think. So the elements of this are, so let's go up and then bring it down a little bit. There we go. The elements of this are, you've got a field f and an irreducible polynomial, one you can't factorise into other polynomials. Then, here's the new thing, here's a different field where you take polynomials with coefficients in your field, but you quotient, you declare that any multiple of f of x, that irreducible polynomial, any multiple of that counts as nothing. It's a bit like if you have all of these polynomials, but then you declare that like x squared plus 1 is illegal, which means that oh no, and also multiples of it, I don't want to see them. So if you see x cubed, then no, that's not allowed, because that reminds me of x squared plus 1, like this, right? So I would like you to write minus x instead, because that doesn't remind me of x squared plus 1. If I see x squared, that's also like bad. I would like you to write, yeah, so like this bit involves x squared, this bit that involves x squared plus 1, no, I don't want that, it's illegal. I don't want this left over. It might be negative, it might be positive, it might be something else. Look at that stuff instead. That's what quotienting is like, to declare that all this stuff is like 0. Get that out of sight, get rid of that, and rewrite all your polynomials And obviously, lots of stuff goes to the same thing like this. So this is 1 times x squared plus 1 minus x. You end up with lots of things that were different polynomials end up the same expression in this world. So this takes a really large field, all polynomials, and maps things together into these kind of smaller field with these elements where, okay, what's left over? The thing that's left over, if you quotient by, let's say, x squared plus 1, is kind of things of degree less than that. So a plus bx, linear polynomials, would be left over in my x squared plus 1 example. These linear polynomials that are left over have not just like linear polynomial stuff, but we can add them and we can multiply them by elements of f if we really want to, I suppose. We've got this challenge though of how you multiply them together. Because if you just try and multiply them together like this, AC plus BCX plus ADX plus BDX squared, then this is no good because this will remind me of x squared. X squared is illegal, it's banned. So I should take that x squared, and like over here I wrote x squared is x squared plus 1 take away 1. I should rewrite this as being a bit like AC minus BD plus BC plus ADX, and then plus like some stuff to do with x squared plus 1. It's not important what the prefactor is, what the factor is here, but some stuff to do with x squared plus 1. And this is really exciting because those rules, AC minus BD and BC plus AD, that's how you multiply complex numbers. So somehow the leftover junk, once you've decided that, no, replace all the x squareds with minus 1s, that gives you the structure of complex numbers. I really like this as a way to explain complex numbers, I think. It needs a bit of work before I can try this out on explaining it to any undergraduates or children or whatever, any people who need to know about complex numbers. It needs a bit of work, but I like this idea that you could arrive at complex numbers without ever claiming anything about the number I, to just have like the structure, right? Because that's what complex numbers really are, right? It's a structure. You've got pairs of numbers like this, a plus bi, c plus di, but hey, they're just pairs. And you've got some rule for multiplying them, which looks kind of mad in the abstract, right? Especially if I get it wrong. AD, please. Third time lucky. Good, you've got some rule for multiplying complex numbers, which gives you a way to combine these things together. Which is just sort of super nice that you can have this structure. So a kind of obvious question when you see this is like, where does this structure come from? Why would you think of doing this? What is this? Why would such a structure like this even exist on pairs of numbers that you could multiply them and have something reasonably nice come out of the end? This has loads of nice properties, like it's associative and it respects addition and multiplication nicely. I don't want to write it out with A, B, C, D, E, F, but number times brackets thing plus thing is the same thing as multiplying out the brackets. It's just really good. When you see it defined like this, it's not obvious that it has those properties at all, but it does have those properties. And having a way to quite simply describe where that structure comes from, provided you have this idea about quotienting, x squared plus 1 is banned, illegal, but I get rid of it. If you see an x squared, I want to get rid of it and replace it with a minus 1. That's interesting because that gives us a way to get to complex numbers without ever really claiming that we can solve x squared plus 1. As a consequence, we saw over here this morning that in this new world of, they're not really polynomials anymore because of all the merging that's happened, but these cosets, these groups of polynomials, shouldn't say groups, these collections of polynomials together, in there somewhere, one of those, the one that looks like x, always the one that looks like x, and that one behaves like a root of the irreducible polynomial that you started with. So here, the thing x, which in this world of polynomials a plus bx would be the thing 0 plus 1x, or in this world would be 0, 1. That thing, which is just like an element of this cosets polynomials, right? But 0, 1 would be the root 2 of the equation, x squared plus 1. It's really cool. You would recognise that as the number I think, in kind of vector notation or whatever. But it's nice that it all links together without ever saying that I can solve the equations. Good, right, okay. I briefly had 3 viewers there, which is just frankly too many. No, you can stay. I found out yesterday in my test stream that when you start a new stream for the first time, you get weirdly many viewers. You get like 4 or 5, but they're all, I think they're all like robots who just want you to follow them. So this is quite odd. It's like, I knew that Twitch had a bit of a problem with people following other. Anyway, I knew Twitch was weird, but seeing it, starting a new stream out of nowhere just to test settings and getting like 4 or 5 robots turning up with profiles that don't look entirely. Anyway, never mind. If you were one of the robots who joined the live stream yesterday, then I'm really sorry. Beep boop. Right. That's robot for I'm sorry. Where do we get to? So we were talking about factorization, and I think, having skipped some Euclidean domain facts, we wanted to start thinking about principal ideal domains. How vague memory of undergrad says that these things are kind of related. They're going to give us unique factorization, which is, I guess, important. It's the reason some of these rings just don't support unique factorization, which can lead to a lot of problems if you start to extend your idea of like prime numbers and stuff out there. That can be problematic if you're trying to extend proofs of prime numbers on the integers to prime numbers on the integers. Floxlack in chat says, not bots, just a weekend. Huh, maybe they were people. Yeah, people are in school. Yeah, which is now makes me feel weird that we're having this conversation now, right? Like, are you supposed to be in school? I think some of them were robots. It would seem like a thing to do, right? If you have a slightly scam Twitch page, and you want to get attention to your slightly scam Twitch page, a great thing to do would be to go up to new streamers and just go there. Oh yeah, we don't talk about it. Sorry, Floxlack. Yeah, right, good. Well, we're gonna learn. Oh, we're on 3 periods. Wait, there are 2 people in chat. Talk to each other. Talk to each other. This genuinely never happened to me. Talk to each other. Right, cool. I should make the most of your 3 period then, and explain principal ideals to you. We already had this morning, but who was here this morning? Nobody was here this morning. Principal ideals. So, ideal means like a subset of. Wait, let's just read the definition off screen. Why am I trying to explain it word by word? So, a nice property that a ring might have is of every ideal is a principal ideal. This was mentioned a few pages ago in a slightly odd foreshadowing moment. So the ideals are kind of like subsets of your ring, but nice ones. They're supposed to be they're closed under addition and multiplication, and under multiplication by any element of the ring. Which sounds very, very abstract. The thing to imagine for an ideal is like multiples of 6 in the integers. So they're nice in the sense that if you add together 2 multiples of 6, you get a multiple of 6. If you multiply together 2 multiples of 6, you get a multiple of 6. If you multiply a multiple of 6, I'm saying multiple a lot. If you multiply a multiple of 6 by anything, then you get a multiple of 6. So that's an ideal. What's more, this ideal is principal in the sense that I hope. Yeah, it's not a subring. Anyway, never mind. It's principal in the sense that it's made up of the number 6 and then integer multiples of 6. So just one thing is enough to describe this ideal. You could have more complicated things in some of the polynomial rings that I'm interested in. So this means polynomials with integer coefficients. You can have more complicated ideals that are generated by like x and what do I want? X and like 2. So that generates an ideal where by that I mean combinations of 2 and x. So 2 times z1 plus x of x plus x times z2 of x, where these z1 and z2 are polynomials. So ideal is going to be closed under addition, so you've got to be able to add the things together, but also closed under multiplication by anything in the ring. The ring here is polynomials and z, so I'm going to be able to multiply 2 and x by absolutely anything, and then add them together. So this gives me loads of stuff, and there's no simpler expression of this polynomial. Excuse me. There's no simpler way to write this, because this contains all the even constant numbers. So I don't want to replace the 2 with anything else. If I replace this with like a higher degree polynomial, if I just try and write down one polynomial that generates all of this stuff, then that's no good, because just one polynomial wouldn't be able to generate both 2. It would have to be a factor of 2, and x. It would have to be a factor of x. If it's a factor of 2, it's either 1 or 2. If it's number 1, then it generates everything. Yeah, so when I say closed under these things, I do mean yes. If you add two things together, you get something back that's in that set. It's a nice property to have. It means there's kind of no point in having addition if when you add stuff you could get anything. You want to get back to something that was in that set. I'm overstating it a little bit there. Good. Okay. 3 people in chat. This live stream's actually turned into a live stream. Maybe I should just do this in the afternoons. Nah, the morning was really productive. Okay. So down here, z of x, polynomials of z, is not a principal ideal domain. I mean to say, it's not one of those because it contains interesting ideals like this one. Stable part with respect to set operation. Yeah, I've had it called closure as well. It's just the language that was used when it was taught to me. I like stable part. Anyway, okay. FFL, so polynomial rings. Oh, okay. So previously on this live stream, somehow, we've talked about, or we've briefly skimmed over Euclidean domains, where you've got this Euclidean algorithm for finding the kind of a way of finding the highest common factor, by doing repeated division. If you can do that, then you can take things like 2 and x and just do polynomial division on them until you got down to something where that generated both of them. So this is going to be a bit weird, but in R of x, polynomials with real coefficients, these things down here, actually this ideal generates everything, because it includes 2, and then it's supposed to include 2 times r1 of x plus x times r2 of x. But r1 of x includes like 1/2 times x to the 17 minus 3 or something. That's just in R of x because loads of stuff is in polynomials with real coefficients, which then includes like just anything. I don't even need to take RT to be anything. So that ideal just contains everything. It's not a principal ideal, except no, it kind of is because it's generated by 1. Bad example. Oh, yeah, sorry. Everything's principal ideal. Is everything? Oh no, see, because you could generate something else. So this was a poor example then. There's a not exciting principal ideal because it would just be this thing, x, the ideal generated by x2 is just the ideal generated by ideal1, which is just everything. Let's put equals big R of x. But there are other ones out there as well. So like x, the ones generated by x are ones that have a factor of x. I can't get down to real numbers. This is kind of the difference between polynomials and reals. The reals are a field you always divide, but that doesn't include dividing by x in a way. That was a clumsy way to say that. Can I take that back? Something I've been trying to learn today is that when you see a polynomial with real coefficients, it's very tempting to imagine that x is also a real number, but that's a harmful way to think. So if you see 3x squared plus 2x plus 1, that's a polynomial with integer coefficients. But who said that x was an integer, right? I can imagine that with x being 1/2, or x being I, or x being kind of matrix, or something, right? It's healthier to just imagine it as a kind of structure where there are these numbers, 3, 2, 1, and those numbers live there. And they might look like they're multiplying x and multiplying x squared, but that hardly ever matters until you get to like some sort of function evaluation or something where you say, okay, now I'm going to give you an element to put into this function, replace all the x's with that number. Yeah, good. Okay. Yeah, which in effect means that if you want to multiply the polynomial x by a real number, then you can never get back down to 1. Still sounds clumsy, doesn't it? Maybe I'll do a more believable one. 3x squared plus 1 is not equal to x. Like, you can't get down. You can't. If you multiply by 13, you're not going to get x. There's no sort of real number you can write here that gets you down to x. This is a long way of explaining that sometimes the ideal you generate in R of x is not the entire ring, which maybe did need explaining. Good. Okay. What are we doing? We've got another definition coming up as well. So the bottom of the screen. An integral domain is. Always say integral domain here. So we're only looking at integral domains. So these PID and UFD live somewhere in between. Integral domain and field. I'm thinking about that map that we had a while ago. Let's just check that ED is definitely also Euclidean domain is an integral domain. Okay, it's an example of an integral domain. Yeah, is also an integral domain. So these things all live in between integral domains and fields. Let's do the map. It wasn't in my notes, but it should go in my notes. I've got this separate doc, which is my notes. It contains such gems as fields only have boring ideals. It has my terrible handwriting in it. The pattern looks like this. So groups admit one operation. You can maybe learn some group theory at A level or equivalent, if you're very lucky. One operation, and they're very, very nice. They just behave super nicely. Rings over here includes lots of things. Being a ring doesn't necessarily mean you have any of the following properties, but you might be an integral domain. Integral domains are ones where you can't have a product being 0 unless one of the numbers is 0. The thing to think about here is how in modular arithmetic, like Z10, if multiplication means look at the last digit, then you could have the product ending in a 0 if the numbers like 2 and 5. Those things multiply to something that ends in 0, even though neither of them are 0. So Z10 lives here as a ring that's not an integral domain. And then there's going to be a whole bunch of gap for this afternoon, and then over here, fields. Fields are really good. You can divide. So these are things like Q, R. So you can divide by anything except 0. That rule that we have, only rule on the live stream is don't divide by 0. And that's fields. Other places have these other rules where you can't divide by other stuff. Yeah, 5 times 2 is 0, 5 and 2 are not 0. Brilliant. Good. So I've put Z10 over here near the left. I need an example of a group. I should put something before I put A5 down, which is a bit cheeky. But lots of stuff, lots of nice stuff, like S5 for symmetric permutations or something. It's sort of not helpful for me to name groups down here, right? The climb 4 group C2 or something. Let's put A5. I'm putting a lot of symmetry group stuff. Is what I've remembered. Anyway. Rings have a second operation. They have, so groups tend to just have one operation, which I'm going to call plus for today. Rings have a plus and a times, but the times has no division. Integral has not xy equals 0. The fields have division, but not 0. So we've got this kind of spectrum of things. Today we're going to fill in. There's some kind of caveats. Earlier today I said that fields and integral domains are pretty close together. We saw that in an integral domain you can almost divide, but not quite. If you have ax equals ay, then you can cancel the a. So it's called the cancellation law. You can bring both terms to the left, factor out the a, and then say, a is not 0, so x minus y better be 0. And that cancellation law is pretty close to having inverses. And yet we're going to discover there's a lot of terminology for things in between. Good. What did I just learn? I just learned somewhere in here, and I'll put them in the right order in a bit. We've got Euclidean domains, principal ideal domains, and unique factorization domains. I hope that all of those, that fields turn out to be all of those. Otherwise my chart is going to have to diverge off a little bit, isn't it? But we got these 3 things, and I'm going to eventually tidy that up and put them in the right order. Okay, let's go back in. Yeah, so Euclidean domains are ones where you can, this sounds stupid, but you can do the Euclidean algorithm, so you can start doing this kind of division. These are pretty good. It's all polynomial things like this. So Zi is an ED. Let's put that down as our example. Sorry, flipping back to the notes. So an example of a Euclidean domain division algorithm. Actually, I quite like this. So over here you have the cancellation law, which is like almost being able to divide. Here you have the division algorithm, which is even better. So you can divide, but you might get a remainder. Sorry, my division with remainders. And then over here you have actual division. So my example here is going to be complex integers. It's like watching the evolution of division, right? On the left, don't even have multiplication, mate. On the right, yeah, it's fully formed now. In between, we're looking at that kind of graduation. So this is like being able to divide with remainders. You might think, how can it be anything? How could you have a division that doesn't emit the remainders, right? Maybe Z10. Anyway, but at some point we should sit down and think very carefully about whether all our examples are in the right places on the diagram. That time is not right now. Where are we going? We're skipping past how the Euclidean algorithm actually works. I think people can look up the Euclidean algorithm if they want to know how the Euclidean algorithm actually works. It's a repeated, it's an algorithm. You do something lots of times. It sounded less impressive than it is, I think. Where have we got down to? Yeah, it's PIDs and UFDs. Principal ideal domains. Every ideal is principal. And we've already seen that every Euclidean domain is a principal ideal domain, which I think that means I need to put principal ideal domains on the left of Euclidean domains. It said the Euclidean domains are better. Yeah, they're closer. You could have a principal ideal domain where you can't quite do Euclidean domain stuff. Yeah, okay. Every ideal is principal. That's just quite a technical phrase, right? So, okay, so this one, so PIDs need to go to the left of EDs. Every ideal principal. So sort of integral domain. So it goes to the right of integral domain. But every ideal is principal. So over here in integral domain, I can put something like polynomials with integer coefficients. And over here, every ideal is principal. I can put something like, if polynomials are also Euclidean domains. I'm not sure I've got any examples that fit in there right now. And at some point, I'm going to put UFDs in here somewhere. Woo! UFDs are pretty nice. They're going to be unique factorization. Let's read that now. Okay, jump back and down. Learning my way around the notes as well. I got these lecture notes from the Oxford course. They're just freely available on the Oxford website. There's a link on my website. If you go to my Twitch page, there's a link to my homepage, which has. If you want a copy of this, if I'm annoying you by jumping around in the lecture notes too much, and you think, I want to learn this, but I want to sit down and do it, not on Twitch, then brilliant. Website, get off Twitch, get on my website, get a copy. Get onto the Oxford website. Anyway, never mind. Unique factorization domains. Any polynomial rings is also a principal ideal domain. Is that this fact here with f a field? It sounds like someone in chat who knows things about this already, right? Or are you saying prime ideal domain is a different thing? Ooh, okay, I'm learning from chat now. Good times. I'm going to copy down my unique factorization thing, which pretty much can factorize into, what are those p's going to be? I hope they're primes. Oh, they're irreducibles. Okay, fine. Oh, because you can't reduce it further. Fine, okay. Okay, into irreducibles. Okay. This is equivalent to requiring that irreducible elements are prime. That sounds good. Okay, right, good. Put it on my map. Not the map, the principal, right, okay. Do you mean where? Oh, do you mean over a field? So I saw over a field in the lecture notes, but I think you might be claiming something slightly different. Polynomials to me feel like they're usually Euclidean domains, which means that they are principal ideals domains because you can use the algorithm. You can use the algorithm to get down to this kind of common factor. All the stuff that was generating your ideal, find a common factor, that one generates everything. I think you need a field there so that you can run the division algorithm, but hey, if it's not a field, yeah, okay, so your claim is field and principal, okay, fine. I'm just going to write down unique factorizations. Can factorize into irreducibles. And uniquely, I suppose, but yes, right, good. Yeah, let's do that. Looking at the rings notes and making. Is that an I or an L? I'm gonna call you Elrude. Irude might be better. How do I find out if something is a capital I or an L? Lol. So go Elrude. Fine, cool. I'm calling you Elrude now. It's got this claim that over a field. Where are we now? Over a field. F a field. Polynomials over F. Every ideal is principal. I think there's a proof of that in here somewhere, but let's do it now. So we've already proved this because these notes are in a strange order, and we need to go back. Yeah, let R be a Euclidean domain. So this is your polynomial ring with f a field. For example, polynomials with f a field. Then you can do the Euclidean algorithm. And I is an ideal in R. Simple means ideal. Then I as a principal is going to be a principal ideal domain. Okay, so proof, I forgot to say anything like this out loud, but if it's 0, then fine, it's generated by 0. It's a really boring ideal. Otherwise, show me something that's not there. Existent x in R, d of x minimal. What? I've thrown myself now. X in R? X not 0 and d of x. What? We never talk about plugging in an element from R. X in R. Oh, degree of x, maybe. Minimal degree, fine, okay. Certainly that's contained, okay? It's in your... It's in I? What? What? I think this is maybe supposed to be an I then. Take the thing that's in I with minimal degree? Yeah. Conversely, if Y is in I. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Understanding the proof is what the game that we play on this live stream. We try to understand proofs. Hi, EU Skater 2. So this triangle in the proposition up here means is an ideal of, which is so much stuff compacted down into a triangle, right? It means that I is a subset of R, and also it's closed under addition and multiplication, and anything from R multiplied by stuff in I gives us something in I. Kind of super closed under multiplication. It's not a thing. Nobody says that. And I'm trying to understand the proof, but I'm being thrown a little bit by d of x looking like a polynomial, but actually being the degree function. And I'm being a bit thrown by x's in R. D of x. Wait, no, what? Oh, D is my norm. Oh, no. D is my norm. So Euclidean domains come with a kind of norm, which in these notes is called D, for like distance or something. Right, take the element of R which has a minimal distance. Let's look back at the definition just quickly. Up here, this is norm D. It's kind of it feels like degree. It's degree for polynomials, but I shouldn't call it degree in general. So D kind of always gives me positive or 0 integers as output. Crikey. So pick the one with a minimal. Yeah, cool, because it takes integers. So pick something with minimal, norm, D. Now, why is that a subset of I? That's a subset of I because I really think we should be looking at x in I. Otherwise, why would that be generated? Why would that be in I at all? Yeah, I really think this x should be an I. Okay, correction to lecture notes. Let's try this out. So take the x in I, your ideal, which has minimal d. Certainly, everything that you can generate with that has to live inside the ideal because ideals are closed, super closed. So anything you can make out of x is part of I. I already contained all this sort of stuff. But also anything in y, come along, and because R is an ED, you can come along and say, aha, do your Euclidean division kind of division algorithm thing with Q and R, such that y is qx plus r, where you have this decreasing d, so you can do this in a Euclidean domain, which is quite specific, really. You can write this with a remainder, where the distance of the remainder is less than the distance of x. Was 0, fine. As r is, oh my goodness, in I. Why is R in I? These notes. As r is y minus qx is in I. Oh, because it's a combination of things that are in I. Yep, okay. Y and X are in I. So this combination is an I. Then, aha, this is something which has smaller distance than X, which is also in I, because it's a combination of things that we think are in I. So it would be a smaller degree thing that was in there. But I told you to pick the smallest degree. I told you to pick the minimal degree thing up here. So in fact, there's no remainder. So y must be equal to qx. Hence, y is in the generator, the ideal generated by x. So in fact, everything is. All y do this. Everything in the ideal is generated by x. It's a long-winded way of saying. So the thing I said out loud was take the highest common factor, all the things that generate your ideal. It's not obvious what generates your ideal when you're just presented with an ideal, so it's not very helpful. Don't do that step. Instead, just take anything. Take the thing with the least norm in your ideal. That one generates it. Everything that generates is in there, and anything else comes along and you think, bit awkward, how am I going to build that? Try and build it, and if there's any remainder, look suspiciously at the remainder. The remainder's got lower norm, so shouldn't you have been using that all along? That's the proof on the board. Reading maths is really hard, and often like this, right? But this is what 4 lines of text, which, my goodness, if it was like a history essay or if it was poetry or something, we could read 4 lines in no time at all. But here, 4 lines of text took, what, 10 minutes? We're not helped by the fact there's a typo and I had to go and look up what D means, but there's all this steps in. Sometimes it's just one word that takes like a minute or two just to understand what on earth is going on here. Like, as here threw me for a moment. Why is this in I? There's sort of so many individual claims, individual steps along the way that it can be really slow to read mathematics. You should take this into account. If you're a student, or you're about to be a student, or you would like to be a student, or you just like to read some lecture notes or something, finding the lecture notes is easy. Actually reading through and seeing what's going on in those lecture notes, and actually taking the time to go through step by step, is really hard. Good, right, okay. What do we do? We were talking about something that Elrude said in chat. Excellent stuff. You get capitalized in. There's a list of users where it capitalizes your username, revealing it to be a lowercase l. I'm learning Twitch. Sorry, I'm quite taken by all the features on Twitch, including the one that shows me a list of users, including at least 6 people I've accused of being robots, which I think is extremely rude. So I should try to not accuse people of being robots. They stand up. Oh, it's very strange. Okay, unique factorization domains. Where are we? I think we're trying to find out how good unique factorization is. Where does it fit onto that scale of how close are you to being able to divide? What do I think? So if you can uniquely factorize, then let's say you're trying to... These are irreducibles, not units. So I don't think it's very close to being able to divide at all. Yeah, no, nothing to do with division, is it? Let's find out. A lot of today has been a kind of exploration of how close you can get to division, in a way, and plus some polynomial stuff. Factorize these things, fine, okay. Some practice, which I'm not going to do now, but we should do this sort of thing. Yeah, okay, so factorizing these things, looking at the norm is quite handy because it's a real number, it's a real integer, so you can do tricks like this, where if it's going to factorize, then norm's going to behave nicely. I believe that norm on Gaussian integers is multiplicative. Yes, that's how multiplication works for complex numbers. So it's just nice, right? Any factorization uses any factorization of the complex number into irreducibles, if you look at the norms, will behave nicely. the norms will factorise too. Okay, in a UFD, two non-zero elements have a unique highest common factor. Ooh, up to units? Not up to units. Who knows? Let's find out. Oh, is this like saying there's no... No. What do we say about units up here? So the definition, where did they have these? Possible reordering of the factors we have. Oh, these things are basically equal up to units. So I'm not saying there's no units. Why are we now saying unique? What does it mean for two numbers not to have a unique highest common factor? I thought we already agreed that highest common factors were unique up to units anyway. I'm confused. I'm interested. Let x and y be non-zero elements. Considering the irreducible elements, blah and blah. Okay, we've written them out with our irreducibles. Can be shown that. Lovely. The highest common factor. Fine, okay, I agree that's a factor. What about the units? What about the units? I can't throw a unit in there. I definitely can throw a unit in there. Unique up to on the next on the page down. After a multiplication by units. Details are immediate. Oh, no, I don't care. If it's only unique up to a multiplication by units, what did we have before? Didn't we have that as soon as we introduced highest common factor though? Okay, refer back. Now I'm confused. No, I've become surprised. I thought we had already had. Oh, the fact's not that they're unique. The fact's they have. It wasn't at all obvious that things would have a highest common factor. I've remembered back when we defined highest common factors. Oh, several pages ago, sorry. There were examples down here where this kind of weird z with square root of -3 in it, like this. There are examples where these numbers didn't have a highest common factor. Okay, so being a unique factorization domain is better than being, what is that, an integral domain? Yeah, okay. Let's have a quick look at this. Good, right, okay, I need to get back to where I was. It's probably a better way of changing pages. I don't know, I'm having fun. I love skipping past the Euclidean algorithm because it takes up about 3 pages and there's something I know that I don't need to go through the details of right now. Okay, here we go then. Right, okay, here's exactly that example again. We know that in an integral domain, a prime element is irreducible. Sure, we did that kind of straight away, I think. Converse need not hold. You see, like in UFDs and PIDs, the irreducibles are prime. As we shall see, PIDs are UFDs, so the latter should not be surprising. We shall need the equivalence of primes and irreducibles in PIDs to actually show that PIDs are UFDs. Okay, crikey. This is like how that's built. It's kind of like structures, right? This tells me where to put UFDs on my picture, right? PIDs are UFDs. So UFDs go to the left of PIDs. They go here. So we've got this nice chain that Euclidean domains are principal ideal domains. Principal ideal domains are unique factorization domains. Unique factorization domains are integral domains. Integral domains are rings, and rings include, if you just look at addition, a group. And fields are all of those things, I think. Yeah, fields are Euclidean division domains in a stupid way, right? Everything's a unit, so your thing is just going to return 0 remainder all the time. They're not in an interesting way, I think. That's one of those statements that's either false or boring or both. Okay. Here we go then. So, proposition, and I can see a theorem down there at the bottom that I like. You don't actually tell me where to put UFDs on my picture. Might tidy up the picture a bit as well. Say that x is irreducible and x divides y z. Okay. We're trying to prove that it's prime. We have this definition of irreducible and definition of prime that are slightly different. This is trying to show that these things are going to end up being the same. Irreducibles are ones that you can't factorize into two terms. Primes are ones where if your prime divides AB, then prime divides A or prime divides B. So, which doesn't really look like the definition of prime you learn in school, but hey. What we're trying to do here in the proof is to say that x is irreducible and x divides y, z. Our aim is to show that x divides y or x divides z. We then have, we're in a UFD, so let's go factorize these things. X, v, so y, z, for some v, okay, right, it divides it. The elements of v, y, z can each be factorized into irreducibles by the uniqueness. It must be that x up to the unit is present in the factorization of y outside of both. X is one of those irreducibles that might be on one side or the other. Once you factorized it into irreducibles, it might appear there or there, both. But it can't be the case that x, this irreducible, is something on the left, and on the right it's like, oh no, there's a bunch of irreducibles not involving x, because that would be two different factorizations of the same thing. In a unique factorization domain, you've only got one way of factorizing it into irreducibles. So on the left we've got something that very literally includes an irreducible x, and on the right we've got something that is going to end up including that irreducible. Okay, on the other hand, what have we got? B is like, I suppose, going to be a different version of this. So the same conclusion, an irreducible element is prime, but now we're going to prove it using PID facts, principal ideal domains. So again, suppose that x is irreducible and that the ideal generated by x is inside, what? Is inside I? What's I? An ideal of R. What? Why is this here? What is I? Or would you just mean call it I? There exists Y such that... What on earth is going on? No, okay. Thanks for the follow. Just as I did an exasperated sigh. Okay. So I think what's going on here is we're going to show that some... Okay, we're trying to show that... What? I don't know why we can't just assume that... I don't know what I is. What's going on? There exists a y for find this principal ideal domain, so then that ideal I would be generated by y, and so there exists z such that x is yz because y. Okay. Do we just mean x? No. I don't get it. What's I? By the irreducibility of x, we have either u as a unit and I is generated by y. Or z is a unit and I is generated by A is x. Oh, hence x is maximal and so prime. That's an ideal. Hence x is a prime element. Oh, this is too clever for me suddenly. It's got hard. Good. Okay. X is maximal. Okay, so we're trying to prove that x is maximal. Yeah, okay, so our aim for this is the, again, 4 lines that I'm trying to understand. Our aim is to show that x is maximal, that the ideal generated by x is maximal, and so prime, and hence x is a prime element. Oh, Fielsley believes in me. 11/19/01. 119? No, I'm getting distracted by Fielsley's username. Irreducibility of x. We either have y as a unit. I don't know what I is. I still don't know what I is. Why is there an I in this? It's part of the proof. Okay, it's part of the proof that is maximal, right? For some I. Okay, so we're trying to prove that this is maximal. So we're saying suppose that you could make that ideal generated by x. Fine. Bigger. Trying to make that larger. But apparently maximal ideals are prime. I vaguely remember that from this morning. Hi there, Reminisce Fifth. Yeah, I can speak. Hi there, Reminisce Fifth. This is some university maths from the second year of an undergrad maths course in the UK. I'm trying to learn it because I'm on a quest to understand fifth degree polynomials. I'm explaining it to you now so that I don't have to think about these 4 lines of maths. The main thing I'm trying to demonstrate is that learning maths is pretty tough, and often you're stuck on just a tiny bit of text where you've got to understand what's going on. This is the main thing that I did during university maths. Cool, right, that's the explanation for the stream. I'm trying to learn some maths. You can find out more on my Twitch page and at my homepage, which is linked from my Twitch. Right, okay. Okay, so suppose that, here's what's going on. We've got so many definitions all at once. We've got to think, balancing all at once in your head. Irreducible elements, ideals, the idea of being a principal ideal, a maximal ideal, a prime ideal, and a prime element. Those 6 things. That's what's between me and understanding irreducibles turning out to be primes. Just something I want, right? I want irreducibles and primes to be the same thing. Because I'm fed up of remembering which one's which. There's a network of like 6 objects and they're going to help me get all the way around to understand why these things are together. We're on a quest. Okay. So suppose that x is in a larger ideal, which might turn out to be x or r, might turn out to be this ideal or this one. There exists y such that well, it's a principal ideal domain, so that new ideal is generated by something, and so because it's generated by y, I, which includes the element x is in I. Because I'm writing this out because x is in I, because it's in this ideal which is in I, because x is in I, there is a z such that x is y z is generated by y, so there is some z here. By the irreducibility of x, I guess, as our assumption, say that x is irreducible. By the irreducibility of x, you can't reduce x. Why have we've managed to write it as y times z. Take this element x and we've written it as something, maybe something else multiplied by z, something from this kind of like larger, different ideal. Okay, this is good because I'm forcing me to understand a little bit more what a maximal ideal is. Okay. Yeah, we're solving for x a little bit. I think we're going to solve for what x is. X is more of a placeholder. Don't worry, there's no algebra happening. Cool, okay. So, irreducibility of x. I either have y as a unit or z as a unit. Okay, if y is a unit, then we've generated everything with this ideal. And if z's a unit, then it's the same thing as x. Phew, okay, getting there. So hence x is maximal. Deep breath. Coffee. Okay, that string so far to that marker is just showing that if x is irreducible in a principal ideal domain, then the ideal generated by x is maximal. That's pretty good. That's giving me more of an idea about why maximal ideals were good, actually. Let's see if I can repeat it back faster. If all your ideals are principal, then when you try to construct a bigger ideal, that was generated by something as well. But hang on, that means that you've reduced the thing you started with into a new thing multiplied by something up there. Okay, that's kind of good. X is maximal, so prime. Right, now I've got to get back to maximal ideal, prime ideal. Hence X is a prime element. I remember some of those from the ideal section of this. I prefer physically. I'm doing digitally today, so you can capture it. I've got a kind of tablet thing that I'm writing on, which is quite a bit like writing on paper, so that's all right. This is not an advert for tablets. I'm really worried that it'll look like an advert for tablets if I say too much about how I've got a tablet that feels just like writing on paper, because it's fine. I'm going back to find out about prime ideals, which was somewhere in here. I have remembered this has got a search function, but I kind of prefer to just flip back. It's more fun. With principal ideals, prime ideals, where were they? Yeah, there was all this. Oh, hello. That was them. Prime and maximal. Yep, so that was what maximal was. And therefore, so the thing we've just read is maximal, therefore prime. Is there something down here? Ideal is maximal if and only if P is irreducible. Wait, this is something we had before. This is something we were just using, right? But this is for polynomial things. And used Bezout's lemma, which is a bit high powered compared to, so that's using Euclidean domain stuff, which we might not have before. Principal ideal stuff, I think. If I put Euclidean domain in the right place, let's look at the notes. Right, cool. Quest log. Yeah. So I've got EDs in the wrong place in my mind. They're here. So Euclidean domains are over here on my chart of groups, all the way over to fields to get us from stuff where you can just add, all the way over to things where you can do division. So before we had something with polynomial rings and their EDs, so later we'll see that PIDs have got something similar going on. Right, maximal ideals can't be augmented, and I had a note earlier. I didn't write down anything about prime ideals. This was a note about coprime. I didn't make any notes on prime ideals. Let's fix that. Prime ideal, and it's something to do with prime elements. Now, the classic of learning maths is to go back and realise you didn't understand something enough. A is an ion, B is an ion, both. Okay. Multiply product in prime ideal. Product in prime ideal. I like trying to convert these into short sentences. Product in prime ideal means one of them is in that ideal. If the product's in a prime ideal, one of them's in that ideal. Okay, and it corresponds to prime numbers. Good. Yeah, okay. Maximal ideals are prime. We did have that back here in 95. And you can also prove that in a different way. Because if your product wasn't in the maximal ideal, that feels like something we should do at some point. Did I write down exercise on this as well? I did write down exercise on this as well. Yeah, good. What are we doing? Why does it say play is algebraic there? Play is not algebraic. Okay, back in. We've got a fancy way of showing that prime. We've got a fancy way of showing that x is this ideal is maximal and so prime. This is because it's from the definitions. Our fancy definition is that if your quotient is a field, so it's an ID, it's an integral domain. Because it's an integral domain, this thing is, that's what it means to be prime, for a prime ideal. So x is a prime element. Not getting that last step. Yeah, so I put study with me as one of the tags on the stream. I put study with me as one of the tags on the stream, which I think most study with me streams are like aesthetic and quiet, whereas I'm not aesthetic and loud. So sorry, if you came here as a study environment, then yeah. Oh, I love factorising polynomials. Factorising, yeah, quadratic equations. Oh, they're good. Okay. Eventually, we're going to show you. Eventually, we're going to understand why there's a quadratic formula. So if you're using the quadratic formula right now, then where did it come from? Why does it work? How does it work? You don't have to know that at all when you're just using the quadratic formula. But in the 1800s, people went a lot further than that, which is where we're trying to go this week. Hence, x is a prime element. This is a good study environment. Oh, okay, right, fine. I'll keep mumbling on then. Yeah, I need to dip back to the idea of being a prime element. I'm also going to work out how to do chat. What does this do? No, don't know. Okay, don't understand chat. Oh, you can reply. Oh, they're talking to each other in chat. I'm learning about Twitch. It's a great day to learn about Twitch. Right, good. Oh, 8 viewers, only one of whom wants me to drown. Actually, though we haven't done a poll, so maybe more than one of them, but only one of them's told me to drown. Sorry, it did throw me. Mostly it threw me because I couldn't work out how to ban them. I should have worked out how to ban people. When I find out, I'm going to find out how to ban you. Yeah, one of these days. Oh, manage suspicious user, that's fun. What does that do? Okay, great. This is great. I don't understand Twitch at all. What am I doing, chat? What am I doing? Right. Deep sigh, because I've realised that to understand why prime ideals... Why is that a prime element? Right, well, hang on, we've got an element in there, haven't we? Prime element. X is a prime element. So, well, the link between prime ideals and prime elements is something that we've got almost the same definition. We can do this. If P... So if X divides AB, then that means that then AB is in the ideal generated by X. Yes, we're getting there. Oh, so if your ideal is prime and principal, then you can do nice stuff. So if X divides AB, then AB is in that thing because This is just made out of multiples of x. So AB is equal to k times x for some k in your ring. Okay. Now what? Oh, I thought I was getting there. No, wait. This is a prime ideal. I want to back up. AB is in my prime ideal. So A is in X, or B is in X. Either one of those means the things that I want them to mean. X divides A, or X divides B. Okay, it feels like there's a takeaway here. This last bit, I'm going to go through these, oh my goodness, 4 lines starting, where was this? At least like 20 minutes ago. 4 lines in 20 minutes. That last bit's really good. I want to keep that last bit. Prime ideal that's principal is generated by a prime element. Principal prime ideal. Let's just write principal prime ideal. Okay, let's put it on the list. Quintics have a very interesting theorem. Let me just write down the thing that's in my... I could just get this out of my head, sorry. Principal prime ideals are generated by a prime element. So Quintics have this bit of maths that says you can always solve quadratics. There's a quadratic formula. You can actually solve cubics as well. There's a cubic formula. It's really complicated. There's even a quartic formula for 4th degree polynomials with an x to the 4 in them. So your homework could be learn that formula, and now here's a 4th degree polynomial. It's got, I guess, 5 times x to the 4 plus 3x cubed plus 2x squared minus x plus 17. And there's some formula to give you the roots, the solutions to that equation. This thing equals 0. But for 5th degree polynomials, if I put in one more term, 5th degree polynomials, there's no formula. There isn't a corresponding formula that just uses addition, multiplication, division, and radicals, roots of nth roots. So like square roots, cube roots, any of those. There's no formula for it, and that's what I'd like to try and understand this week. Elrude is joking. Elrude says to try and work it out. That's the main thing that I'm doing this week. I've got some lecture notes where, in about 80 pages, at 4 lines every 20 minutes, 4 lines every 20 minutes, in about 80 pages, we're at the point where we can understand why that's true. Yeah, it's confusing. I can confirm it's this. That's what we're trying to do. You can get the lecture notes, Feelsy. I've put a link on my page. I sort of think if you search for Oxford maths courses, then you can maybe find the page that I got them from. But the links are, they're just freely available. So if you go to, the quickest way is probably if you go to my channel, there's a link to my homepage, which has got direct links to the resources that I'm using. These notes and then the next ones. But if you search for, these are by Richard Earl, so if you search Richard Earl rings and modules notes. If I was really cool, I'd put a link in chat, wouldn't I? Let me try that out. Wait, hang on, I'll go to my own Twitch channel. Nothing can go wrong. Oh gosh, it's the stream. Loop. Avoid the loop. How do I get to the homepage? Yeah, okay, so the link to the homepage, which has got the quest on it, and then this is the rings notes. That is direct link to the rings and modules notes. It's a bit of a mess, right, as a link. Fastest page is to, okay, my homepage on my about, anyway, never mind. I don't understand Twitch. There's also some Galois theory notes there if you want to get ahead of me. And I went up a viewer there. If I open more tabs, I can have more viewers. Okay, if I open enough tabs, that'll give me like partnership on Twitch, right? If it counts once for each tab, this is how you do it. Open 1,000 tabs. I'm sure that works. Good. Yeah, it's like equations and geometry and then some other stuff too. Geometry's closer than you think. It's going to turn out to be about the spoilers for the quest, I suppose. It's going to turn out to be about the symmetries that the roots have, the way that you can move the roots around. So a quintic is just a 5th degree polynomial. They're not that mysterious on their own. It's like a cubic polynomial, but more twisty. Their roots can have this slightly complicated behaviour. We're going to find out what that means this week, or at least I am. My stretch goal, by the way, should I say this? My stretch goal is be confusing for about 3 or 4 days. It's just like stream absolute nonsense with me gradually understanding things, and then if I've got time at the end, stretch goal is to work out how to explain this to, let's say, a 9th grader, so that after this week is over, not only do I understand it, but I stand a chance of saying something sensible to a 9th grader or somebody about why quintics might be interesting enough to go on a quest. Right, cool. Putting it all together. Right, so these 4 lines that we've been on for about half an hour. Say that x is irreducible, and right now, what are we doing? In a principal ideal domain, an irreducible element is prime. That works because take your irreducible element. Now, suppose you could make that ideal larger, the ideal generated by your irreducible element. Show me a new ideal that contains it. Now, if it's different, they'll show me something different that wasn't in there before. That's interesting, because in a principal ideal domain, that new thing you've built is generated by something. Something was probably not in X because you made a new thing, right? Generated in a kind of new way with a new object, which means that that new thing you had, it's probably a unit, isn't it? Because you could factorize X as new thing, well, it's still in that ideal, the big one, and it's been generated by new thing times something, and that's irreducible. So your new generator is probably a unit, and units generate enormous rings. You made it larger, but you made it really large. Now everything's in there. Once you put a unit in there, everything's in there. Right, deep breath. So that means that your idea was maximal, which means that it's prime because the quotient is a field, so it's an integral domain. So it's prime because it's principal. You can then take the element that generates that and say that actually that was a prime element, because the product being in the ideal means that the product is a multiple of the generator. That's only true for principal ideals. In general, there could be some weird combination, but the product is in the ideal. In this case, means that the product is a multiple of the generator. No, that's the wrong end. Prime ideal, so one or the other. Right, cool. Okay. Prime ideal, so one or the other is actually in the ideal, and then that one is a multiple. Oh my goodness. Factor. Right. If I can explain this to Fieldsy in one stream, so just a 3-hour stream, right? The aim is to eventually get down to a really good YouTube video, right? I know the YouTube video is going to be like quadratic equation, everyone's happy. Cubic equation, we all learned something. Quartic equation, oh, this looks awful. There is no quintic equation. 10 minutes at the end of the YouTube video. There is no quintic. Get this week of my life down to 10 minutes. How do you make sure you're right? Solving the quintics. Ooh. So when you're actually solving a Quintic, you might have to, I guess, if you don't have a formula for solving them, yeah, how do you know that you're solving them? Do you just guess? It's a good question. Yeah, just standard, like, I'm trying not to mention the math this week because I'm on strike. But yeah, it's a standard math question, just like a little bit of explanation, right? And then the last bit is like proof that a prime ideal is generated by a prime element in the principal ideal domain. Good. It's gonna be such a good YouTube video, and I don't think anyone's made it yet. Or maybe they have. Don't link me. If someone's already made the YouTube video, don't link me. But the concept is the whole quest. About 10 minutes. And it's taking me about 40 hours this week, so we'll find out. Good, okay. Oh my goodness, more words. Wait, what's that takeaway from this? In both PIDs and UFDs, irreducible elements are prime. That was nice. Did we already know that prime elements were... yeah, we already knew prime elements were irreducible. I don't remember why. Prime elements are irreducible. Why was that true? Oh, if you try to reduce it, then it divides itself. It divides AB. It divides one or the other. So, so one of these things is it. So these things are one of the other one would be a unit. Good. I'm not going to get the collab with Vsauce anytime soon, I think. We'll see. It would up the viewer count, wouldn't it? Ooh, Twitch. If another box opens there, and it's Vsauce, what a twist. How are we doing? We are 4.5 hours into the... No, 5. We are 5 hours into the quest for the Quintic, 5 being the Quintic number, and we've got lots of ideas about what division is. Not what I came for. Not what I came here for, but hey, good to know. I'm pausing because there is another sort of ring on here. I don't know if I need these. Do I need these? Eminata, amazing mathematician. Do I need this work right now? Given an increasing sequence of ideals, oh my goodness. Eventually you hit... You can't make them any bigger. Maybe? That feels like a close to maximal kind of statement. Reminds me of maximal ones. You want to try and make them bigger. You can't keep making them bigger. You want to make them bigger finitely many times. Finitely many times. That is actually really good. You have no idea why that's true. So this was what we did over here. Okay, and Theorem 145 I think is actually useful. It tells me where to put PIDs and UFDs on my chart. R be a principal ideal domain and X be non-zero. Oh wait, we're going to use the Noetherian fact. X is irreducible, then we're done. Oh gosh, what are we trying to do? We're trying to factorize X into irreducibles. If X is irreducible, then we're done. Otherwise, we can write X and Y, Z by Y and Z are not units. Yeah, reduce it, fine, okay. If Y and Z are irreducible, we're done. Otherwise, keep going. Okay. If the process terminates any genuinely composite Rahani factors, then we're done. The process does not terminate, we can produce an infinite, strictly increasing sequence of ideals. That's a Noetherian. Okay, so this is kind of precisely this down here, where this is X, it's multiple of Y, not reducible. Sorry, which is reducible. A, and then keep going. process does not terminate. Okay, so in order to understand this thing, I'd have to understand the Noetherian, which I think I want to come back to. Oh, not that. This. Okay, so I'm kind of aware that I haven't understood that or proved that, but it does look like quite a slick proof after that. Time and space doesn't sound stupid to me. Don't know what to solve them, what it means to solve time, but there's some cool stuff about the interaction of time and space that we could be talking about. Completely different quest to go on to explain special relativity, but hey, another day. Okay. Uniqueness. Is this going to be something I can follow or no? Irreducible and so prime. Then that divides that for someone. Okay, fine. So QI is irreducible and P1 is not a unit. Have QI is UP1 up to unit U. Remembering these and incorporating the union into one of the other factors. I may assume. Fine, okay, you can pick out the one that it divides. Good, and it divides both ways. It's not a unit. It's quite hard to write something as irreducibles in two different directions, right? P1 is irreducible, so prime. P1 divides QI. As QI is irreducible, P1 is not a unit. I'm a bit suspicious to have written down a factor of this irreducible thing. I think unit must be multiplied by a unit. Renumbering them. Okay. So taking the units. So units are always around when you're doing this factorization. Okay. So these things are the same up to units. But that's always the same how the way this uni factorization works. Okay. Fine. Now keep going through all of these factors. Okay. I've seen something like that. Where have I seen something like that? Like a number theory proof about uniqueness of factorization? Anyway, not important right now. Right, okay, that was the end of a section, so just a quick look back. How much do I want to think about Noetherian? PIDs are Noetherian. Let's put it on the chart somewhere. Where are PIDs on here? They're kind of around here. So I'm going to put sort of Noetherian rings. No infinite chains. Kind of seems good, but lands somewhere on the chart around here. PIDs are Noetherian. So somewhere to the left of this. Okay, charts should be wider, I think. There might be a tidy version of that coming at some point when we get around to tidying things up. But for now, I think we want to march onwards just a little bit. I think there's not very much of this left before we've seen all the rings that we want to see. We got some polynomial stuff here, which looks really important. Let's have a quick overview. Sorry, I need the big picture. After spending that, half an hour on those 4 lines, I need a little bit of a wider view. Factorization in Z and Q is going to lead on to Eisenstein's criterion, which we love, which is really good. The Gauss lemma about content. Now we've got this factorization thing at the bottom, and then we hit modules. And I think modules we're not doing. So 1, 2, 3, 4 pages. Can I do 4 pages today to get through rings? Quick look at the map. So up to the fact that I don't really understand Noetherian rings, I'm going to skip some proofs, and there's some things I'm still worried about, like irreducibles and primes, and actually remembering which way round they are and when one of them is the other and the other one is the one. I think we might be to get past the mountains today, or at least on our first go through. I already know this quest is going to involve some backtracking. We've seen it today already. But on our first day to have got to field extensions would be quite good. So I think that's my aim for 2.5 hours, is to get a bit happier with all of this stuff. to get a little bit happy with all that stuff in the middle, so that once we get past the mountain range, then maybe tomorrow's bit of the quest can be to go and explore Galois theory, which seems like the good bit. Let's try and make this better. It's supposed to be like a river. Oh, now it looks more like a motorway. And actually, I kind of liked that it looked like a snake before. I've ruined my river picture. I didn't know what to draw for vector spaces. Suggestions in chat? It's supposed to be like a fantasy map thing, except it turns out I don't know how to draw rivers. There's one big mountain that I'm trying to get to. I've crossing a mountain range. I've like friendly stuff over here, so forest full of elves is what I think we said for group theory. Any suggestions for what the kind of friendly vector space area should be would be good. Oh, some sort of dragon, yeah, like in the Hobbit movie and book. Gosh, I hate myself so much for saying like the Hobbit movie. That's a disaster right there. I think it should say here be dragons. I'm not certain the dragon should be at the end. I'm imagining this like a Lord of the Ringsy kind of thing. Yeah, so it feels like he's been to an Oxford Open Day, I think. What do dragons look like? Oh no, this is not an art stream at all. What do dragons look like? Have they got horns? This one does. No, this has gone terribly wrong. No, this is a terrible use of everyone's time. Good. Yeah, we're gonna do it properly, right? We're gonna do Galois theory properly. I know the list of things that we're trying to understand is becoming more of an obstacle than the mountains themselves. Cool, good. Something with dwarves, right? Like a dwarven mine. Yeah, one ring where the rings are, right? That's right. It's a it's a Lord of the Rings joke. It's a pretty low hanging fruit, but let's go for it. What do rings look like? Like that, I guess. They're like some little like writing on the inside, which is probably like the statement of a maximal ideal or something going around the inside. Oh no! Ah! Put the ring on, you go ideal. You go. Put the ring on, you gain invisibility powers, right? So, I don't know. Maybe it's like being a quotient ring. Things that are considered invisible. Oh, we can make this work. We can workshop this. When we quotient, we're considering some of the things to be invisible. Oh yeah, I could definitely make this work. Definitely make this work. Right, okay. Good job. I think the pool of lava is not very obvious for the field extensions. We've seen them already. There's like an example of a vector space, which I quite like. I think this would be like... I need to... Okay, in my own time, I'm going to do some research about what dwarves like. But I think it's like mines, right? But in like a good way. So it kind of looks like some dwarven mines over here. I don't know how to draw dwarven mines. Okay, my homework is going to be to learn how to draw dwarven mines. If anybody's got suggestions in chat about how to draw dwarven mines. What would it be, like little cranes, right? Yep, still bad. Still can't draw. Little cranes and cliffs. I don't know why they're digging out the vector spaces, but okay. Little cranes. Good. Acceptable. Vector spaces. Okay, cool. Dwarves. Good. Not my best work. Right, good. Where are we going? We got 4 pages about polynomial rings. So these are polynomial rings. I care about these a lot. Because, come on, if we can factorise polynomials, hey, it's what Romanus V was doing. We're trying to factorise some polynomials. We would like to do that because then you can just read off the roots. Spoilers, you can't always do this. I mean, in complex numbers, you can, in principle. As I say, you can write down this thing for some... Why is there a C? Why is there a Q? Why is there a Q? I don't think there's supposed to be a Q here. For some C, complex number at the front, complex prefactor, and here are all the roots. These linear factors are irreducible because how would you reduce them? What would the degrees be? So no further factorisation is possible. For a real polynomial, the roots appear in pairs. So these are quadratics. They're things like where you discovered a root and its complex conjugate. And then putting those together gives you a quadratic with real coefficients. Depending on where you've got to with school maths, you either see a polynomial like this and say, let's write out a proper one, sorry. You either see this and say, that's got. You either look at this and say, this has got no roots at all, or you could say, what earth am I talking about? Quick pause. That's root minus 2. Twice. Try harder. Write down a polynomial that's got no real roots. It should not be difficult. We find a way. We find a way, don't we? Please go. Yeah, okay. Now that's got no real roots. I don't think we've proved this. No, not in these notes anyway. I'm hoping that we don't need it too much in order to really understand what's going on. So there's the fundamental theorem of algebra up here, which a very reasonable thing to say when you see this is, what's that? What that? Just tells you that every complex polynomial has a root, which then lets you continually take out roots. Okay. So factorization in R of X. Oh, I see. We're working down. We're going down to Z and Q. Look, from C down to R. In R, you can't always factorize into these linear terms. You might get some quadratics left over, which you can't solve. Yeah, remember this fifth. So this quadratic up here, little homework for you. Yeah, solve it for X. You can't solve this one for X unless you use complex numbers. Yeah, now Reed's got a good point that it seems a bit arbitrary. I guess C is contained inside quaternions, so that the kind of cool fact is that the kind of cool fact, I suppose, is that you can solve real polynomials with complex numbers. You can factorize them over complex numbers. Is that what we're going to do? That's sort of what we're doing, isn't it? So the numbers C are actually huge, and you'd have further questions, right, about what those roots actually are. Further questions about what those things roots actually are. What are we doing? There's something really interesting about the way that these polynomials, including the quintics that I'm looking for, the quintics have got complex roots. Like, it's not that they don't have roots. The quintic's got 5 roots in in C, in the complex numbers, maybe with repetition, counting the repetition, right? But it's got 5 roots. The problem is expressing those in terms of radicals, which we haven't got to at all, but that's something really subtle. You put quadratics into your calculator. Does it give you complex numbers back? I bet it does. If they've coded it to allow you to type in quadratics, then it will give you complex numbers back. And those complex numbers will have real coefficients. We'll have, stupid thing to say. If you give it a quadratic with rational coefficients, no. What am I saying? If you give it a polynomial with rational coefficients, then you'll get back roots that are complex numbers. But the coefficients of 1 and I, the things in your complex number, will be not just real numbers. I mean, they are real numbers, but they'll be rationals or square roots of something. Ooh, photomaths. Is that one of those things where you solve it by taking a photo and then it processes it? We know from our earlier discussion that Q of X, polynomials with rational coefficients, is a unique factorization domain. Oh gosh, why do we know that? We know that because where's UFD on the chart? This is the thing I've got to get better at. Past the map. UFDs are over here on the chart. So if you know that polynomial with a field is the thing that Elrood said in the chat. It's the thing that Elrood said in the chat. Q of X is a UFD because it's PID. It's PID because there's a field ring. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's quite good, really. So when you look at it, you see any. So if you see any, what do they do there? No, and back. So if you see any field being used to generate polynomials, you know that's a UFD because it's an ED. Therefore, it's a PID. Therefore, it's a UFD. Huh. That's a chain of things, right? So you take a field, F field. It's a unique factorization domain. That's the sort of thing I want to do, factorize polynomials. Uniquely, brilliant, because it's got a Euclidean algorithm that you can run, which gives you remainders, which means all your ideals are principal, which means that when you want to try and factorize something, oh my goodness, what are we doing? So we'd like to try and work out which things are irreducible. Irreducible elements, Q and Z. Oh, yeah, I suppose there's better. Over here we've got yet to prove that Z is a UFD. In fact it is, but Z's not a field, so not because of the thing at the top. There is a chunk of example here, which I think I've... My goodness. Right, so suppose it's got a linear factor. A would have to divide 1, thinking about multiplying up. B would have to divide 3, thinking about multiplying up by something else. Linear factors would be one of these, but then there's like a factor theorem thing going on, looking at the roots of the cubic. Okay. In Q, Gauss showed. Reassuring Gauss. Reassuringly, Gauss showed that these problems are largely equivalent. So first maybe use one quite general approach involving the polynomial rings ZP. Oh, the ones that I dismissed earlier on. Leading coefficient not divisible by prime P. Integer polynomial. That's what we say in Z of X. Oh no, okay, sorry, right. Yeah, no, it is in Z of X. Leading coefficient is not divisible by the prime P. If the kind of conjugate one, ignoring multiples of P in all the coefficients, is irreducible in that system, then the original one was irreducible in Z. The proof is if you try to factorize it, then you're good. And in ZP, if it factorised, then is that be the degree would be, oh my goodness, this is one of those lines that starts deg f and ends deg f. So these things are equally in the middle, sort of sandwichy kind of sandwich. Degree is the same because the coefficient's not prime. That's the sum of the degrees because of how multiplication works. And each of those is the same because neither of those was prime. The leading coefficients, neither of those was divisible by prime p, because if they were, then prime p would divide the leading coefficient of f, but that was the degree of f. Fine, okay, so therefore neither of those lost a degree on the way through. Yeah, okay. You can't reduce it by putting bars on it, right? You take the factorisation and put bars on. Okay, so then we've got some examples to try that out. Then we've got Eisenstein's criterion, which I've already put a heart on, which feels premature, but hey, haven't really decided if I love it yet. Which condition about polynomials. If you've got an integer polynomial and a prime p, such that, oh my goodness, p does not divide the first leading coefficient, which is what we just had. P does divide a naught up to a n minus 1, and p squared does not divide a naught. So p divides, p squared does not divide. So it includes that. Let's do this above and below. P divides, but this thing here, p squared does not divide. So just a multiple of p, not p squared. Then f is irreducible in z, and the proof looks like this. For mod p, it looks like this. Oh, and that's a UFD. Because ZP is a field. F of x fit with a field means that we go from the field to make the polynomial ring. The polynomial ring is therefore Euclidean domain, so it's a principal ideal domain, so it's a unique factorization domain. Oh my goodness. We have this factorization. Gosh, what a B and C? Genuine reduction. Okay. It could be anything that multiplies to an bar x ds. P divides constant coefficients. Yeah, P divides everything other than that leading coefficient. It's really cool. Constant coefficient of f, but this is the required contradiction. P divides twice, then p squared. Yeah, okay. P divides each of these. The chaos is also confusion, right? I'm just so used to being confused by things, over years of being confused by things, that being confused by this thing now doesn't faze me, right? I know that 10 minutes, 20 minutes, a day, I'll get through and understand it eventually. It's more like an endurance thing. I guess the advantage for me is there's no time pressure. I'm not trying to learn this for an exam or for something coming up. I just want to know it. I suppose my time pressure is end of the week. Complete the quest. Let's add some time pressure. That sounds smart. No, I'm gonna complete my quest. Have yet to open the Galois Theory notes, but this Galois Theory live stream is now almost 5.5 hours in, and has yet to say anything about Galois Theory. Okay, I'm going to take this for now. So Eisenstein's criterion, I'm going to understand it on a surface level of this. It's not Sisyphus. Sisyphus had to push a boulder up the same hill lots of times. In maths, you get to push boulders up lots of different hills. higher and higher hills if you like. So you get to see a lot of interesting sights. I had a moment this morning where I actually understood something for the first time, which was nice. Sort of standing on a higher mountain than ever, in a way. Sisyphus is repetitive, whereas live streaming is forever. Am I Sisyphus? Anyway, right. As a trick here for cyclotomic polynomials doesn't seem that important right now. So Eisenstein's criterion is one of the things that was mentioned right at the end on the page about quintics, which we should go and look at again just to get back to it. I feel like we've got 2 pages of this and then we can go and look at the quintic. Yeah, let's go and look. Okay, factorization over Q to factorization over Z. Okay, so this sort of factorization stuff does seem important. The f of x be a polynomial of the integer. The content is the highest common factor of the coefficients. Okay, polynomial is primitive as constant equal to 1, so there's no I want to say prime factor. There's no common factor from the over the integers. There's no integer that divides everything. Okay. Any integer, you could pull that out and then write it as c times p of x. Okay, p is primitive. Good. Product of two primitive polynomials is primitive. Right, here's the proof. Suppose contradiction fg is not primitive. Something that divides everything. P would be a prime factor and it would divide everything. So what is that? That is the conjugacy class of fg. P divides everything. But Zp of x is an ID, is an integral domain, because Zp is a field, therefore the polynomial ring generated by that field is a Euclidean domain, therefore it's a principal ideal domain, therefore it's a unique factorized synergy domain. In particular, it's an integral domain. Either of those, one or the other, is 0. P divides the content. Coefficients of f or g. This is so good, this sort of thing. So the idea of developing this technology earlier on to learn about things like IDs and PIDs and UFDs is it makes proofs like this shorter. So you could write out what it means for ZP to be an ID, therefore, all those therefores, but somehow proving that in general, to say that in general, let's call it an integral domain if it does these things. And to know that this thing, prove this object is an integral domain, an example of an integral domain, then on the way down, it means we don't have to prove it again here. Standing on the shoulders of giants, building on our previous things. Good, okay, down the other side of the mountain. P divides the coefficients. We've got a lot of mountain analogies today, right? We've got Sisyphus, we've got the Lord of the Rings, mountain ranges, Moria, Balrogs, dragons, oh my. Okay. So more generally, you can pull out the factors, right? What are these? These are the content, CF and CG, and then you just multiply them. Yeah, no, yeah, okay. Pull them out, and then those primitive things by the uniqueness of the above expressions. Yeah, okay, everything's unique. So this thing is equal to this. So the content is equal. Okay. Good, fine. Right, Gauss's lemma. Okay, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Good work, Gauss. If we had more viewers, I would now do. Let's make some noise in chat for Gauss. What emoji should I give Gauss? Hang on, I'm just doing it myself. I'm trying to learn Twitch. What's a good? Hang on, this one. Yeah, this one. Some noise in chat. There we go. I don't really know my Twitch emotes, but I'm learning. That one's labelled seems good, so we're going to go with that one. Thanks, Gauss. Factorization in ZX, factorization in Q of X. Okay, right, great. Here's an example. Note. This thing is irreducible in QX. Why is that true? Oh, no. What? Oh my goodness. You can't reduce it in Q of X, but you can write it as... Oh, but 2's a unit in Q. Oh my goodness. Okay, so you can always write it like this. In Q of X, you would then say, well, these are both... That's a unit. So this is not a proper reduction. But in ZX, you would say that is a unit, so it's reducible. I don't know about this. I thought I understood the units. Maybe I should go back and understand units more. Bit of backtracking on this quest. Yeah, we'd have a Gawa emote. That would be the custom emote. Gawa's going to sort of turn up at various points, I guess. F and Z reduces. F and Z reduces into positive degree polynomials in Z. Then it's reducible as Q, because fine, cool. Those polynomials just take literally those polynomials. They also live in Q. All the integers are rational numbers. In general, polynomials in Q are not in Z, true, but can be multiplied by a non-zero integer to form a polynomial in Z. I don't know, chat. Polynomials in Q are not in Z, true, but can be multiplied by a non-zero integer. Sure. Multiplied by the at least kind of multiple of the denominators or something. Right. Would much rather work with irreducibility in Z because it's sort of finite cases rather than Q, if at all possible. Following result addresses precisely this point. Okay, let's go. Theorem 153. Let f be a primitive non-constant polynomial in Z. Then f is irreducible if and only if f. Oh my goodness. Right, good. Ooh, f is irreducible in Z if and only if f is irreducible in Q of X polynomials. F is okay, right. That sounds good. This is sort of like a wow face, right? Wow. If f is irreducible over Q, then it's irreducible over Z. Oh gosh. Because the converse, right? Because if reducible in Z, then it would have to be reducible in Q. Over. I mean over, not in, but I don't love this phrase. If they're reducible in Z, then it'll be reducible in Q. So if you show me something that's irreducible in Q, then if you show me something that's irreducible in Q, real talk, I can't do custom emotes until I get like 20 more followers, plus also like 2 more days of streaming or something. Oh, someone's made a clip. How does that work? I'll watch that later. The thing I love most about Twitch is the number of numbers that it's showing me. It's showing me so many numbers that you bless. Like, you can see this stuff on the screen. I've got a second monitor that's just full of Twitch numbers. And I'm a new streamer, right? How many numbers do I need, right? But I've got like a live timer, a CPU timer. I've got this dropped frames counter. I've got viewers, duration, number of clips, number of followers, subscribers, whatever those are. I can see the session, like the layouts are numbered. There's all this over here is constantly telling me information. This is not maybe the best study environment for me. I've got all the algebra on one screen and all the Twitch numbers on the other. You searched math on Twitch and you're here. Ha! I wasn't sure anyone did that. I kind of put math in the tags as a kind of joke because who watches math streams? You do. Right, good. People watching the VOD. Look, I found someone on Twitch. Hi, Reminisce Fifth. Um, what are we going to do? So this is the hard bit. If f is genuinely reducible in Q, I think the challenge now is to show you can reduce it in Z. It's got integer coefficients because it lives in Z. Otherwise, we're in real trouble. So we've got this thing is in Z. X. These things live in Q. So maybe we've written it in terms of some like polynomial stuff. So maybe I took and I wrote it in terms of like, oh, amazing, it's factorized like this. Times something even worse. And then this is going to say, no, you silly Billy, this is how we're going to solve it. Factorize it over integer polynomials. Like maybe you could do it like this. You take its integer terms and factorize it differently. Would it be more fun if I write down one that does factorize on the left? I think it would be more fun. Okay, quadratic. I'm mostly using quadratics because I know that Reminisce is supposed to be working on quadratics, so there we go. I guess they're good. I guess the roots wouldn't be, the polynomials wouldn't be quadratics in this case. There we go. Okay, so we've factorized it over rational polynomials. Oh, silly Billy, we're supposed to use integer polynomials. So here are some integer polynomials, g1 and g2, where I've helpfully multiplied them up. Okay. Here's the LCM of the denominator. Yep, brilliant. The correct thing to multiply them up by. Okay, so here, like, oh, what is that? 231 or something. Okay. And then GI, these G1 and G2, we could take out the contents of each of those. We could. Sure. So you multiply that by D1, D2. So multiply both sides by 231, and you will get on the left 231 times that quadratic, and on the right you will get some factorization into integer polynomials. Okay. So I don't have a Discord server. I didn't know I was going to have a community. I genuinely thought this would just be me talking to myself. See if I can set something up. I feel silly somehow. Also, I'm just some stranger on the internet. Should be careful who you hang out with on the internet. They might turn out to be weird. Anyway, here's my maths live stream. Yeah, watch out for weird people. So anyway, primitive polynomials. As f... Oh, is that primitive? Wait. I missed the word primitive in the definition. F was primitive all along. P1, P2 is primitive as well? Oh my goodness, so F was equal to P1, P2. What? But those things on the right might not have had any... Oh, that's crazy. There might not have been anything left. I suppose they said there has to be. Oh, this is really odd. Because I'm imagining multiplying this up by 231 and just getting some sort of mess, right? With huge numbers in it. No content. Yeah, I'm not really imagining that having any content after I've multiplied it up. Is that daft? Why would it have content? Oh, I suppose this is maybe saying that it doesn't. If f is equal to p1, p2, if f is equal to p1, p2, then d1, d2 is going to be the product of contents as well. But d1 is the thing I multiplied up by. No, you're not getting there yet. Right, so it says that, I think, and d1, d2 is equal to c of g1, c of g2. I'll try to work out what those contents are. The things that I multiplied up by, suspiciously, after multiplying up these things around got content. I kind of understand why we're using Gauss lemma, right? So reminisce. I'm a what am I? I work at a university. I do a bit of teaching at that university, but this week I'm on strike. While I'm on strike, I am not doing my job at the university, and instead I'm learning Galois theory. What are we doing? Yeah, I'm just a bit suspicious of this way. I mean, it should be suspicious in a way. So let's take something you can factorise and practice factorising it a bit. It's good for reminisce as well. And I guess crucially it's also like x over 2 plus 3 over 2 times 2x plus 2. So if we take that factorisation down the bottom, and we multiply by on this one 2, and on that one 1, then we'll end up with something where, oh gosh, it detects the content on the other side. Bye Filsley. Yeah, strike is where we're in a dispute with the employers over pay and working conditions. It's a labour relations thing. It's not quite suspension, except I'm not taking any work. It's like a voluntary suspension to make a point. Good, okay, so then when we multiply that by 2, you'll discover that. So this left one is going to win, after I've multiplied it up, I'll have some d1 from the multiplication, and this right one has already got some content. So in this case, d1 will be 2, d2 will be 1, content of g1 will be, my goodness, after multiplying, will be 1, and the content of d2 will be 2. So I said, why do they have content? Will be 2. So I said, why would they have content? Because they're secretly hiding a factor. This is saying you could take that factor and put it over the other side to balance things out. Huh. Huh. But Gauss detected that. Gauss knew that would happen. The factor you need is hiding in the other term. I'm not sure if I understood this thing up the top then. It's sort of too clever, isn't it? Set piece and like right, brilliant. It's just everything's very compact now. Primitive non-constant polynomial. Irreducible in Z. If and only if F is irreducible in Q. So it says if you've got an integer polynomial and you're trying to find rational roots for it. Oh, is this what it says? Oh, you try to find rational factors of it. But in particular, if you were looking for rational roots, then you only need to look for integer roots. That's mad. No. That was really good. Okay. Move on. So finally around here, Zx is a UFD, and the proof goes any F can be written like this. Oh, this is the thing we wanted. We hadn't shown this yet because Z's not a field, so we didn't have that string through. We're using F and GI here to represent the coefficients. Missed that above what is strike. F and GI, were they the coefficients down here? Not sure. A minute ago, right? Yeah, so these GI are not the coefficient of any G's. I think this GI means G1 and G2. Yeah, no, this is a bit messy, isn't it? So this is trying to say that it's G1 is CG1 times P1, and G2 is CG2 times P2. For like 1 and 2, not the for I equals 1 and 2, not the coefficients. I think that is clash of notations, right? Right, so Zx is a U of D. Here we go then. First, factorise the content. Okay, so just like take out your numbers. Fine, I can factorise that. And then you've got a primitive polynomial. Q is a U of D. Ooh, right. Q is a field. So as Q is a U of D, then P can be written as product of irreducible rational polynomials. So this thing lives, this P of X lives in Z of X, so it's in Q of X. So factorise it irreducible. Any reduction of P into rational polynomials can be replaced by a rational reduction of P into integer polynomials. Again, in a unique fashion, units of Z, 1 and minus 1. Okay, so this thing in the proof of 153 was important if you want to understand why Z is unique factorisation domain. I feel like, by the way, the 10-minute version for Fieldsley at the end of the week is going to probably make some assumptions about things being UFDs. For example, ZX, there's unique factorisation. Of course, it's got unique factorisation, right? How could you multiply two polynomials? Oh, yeah, it's dangerous, isn't it, if you start looking at it? Let's make it spooky for Reminisce. So Reminisce is being asked, I think, in algebra homework to do things like factorise this, where maybe your method is to find some numbers that multiply to this term and add to give this thing. How do you know you're done once you've done that? How do you know that's it? Once you've found an example, how do you know you found all of the examples that work? And that's called being a unique factorisation domain. It means that once you've found an example of how to factorise this into roots, you can stop. You're done. You found the only one. That is good, really, isn't it? It's kind of thing that you do in school where you look for the roots, or you look for the factorisation by just looking for numbers. Yeah, let's write it out in kind of a spooky equations way. It's going to be a corollary, which I can't spell. Find the word corollary. Look up the word corollary? Never. Okay, I now give up. Maybe 2 hours. A kind of low point of the live stream where we tried to spell corollary. Consequence, a word I can't spell. Looking for integer solutions to xy equals a, x plus y equals b for some integers a and b. And the answer is the solution is unique up to switching x and y, because that's what you're doing when you try and solve a quadratic like this. And Zx is a UFD, unique factorisation domain, so the solution is unique up to switching x and y. You can change the order, but nothing else. It's pretty cool, actually. There's probably like much better ways of doing that. But if you're looking for things where you have a given product and a given sum, that's what you would do. How many times do you break down and solve maths problems to practice yourself? Keep practicing equations and being better at it. I don't know, to do something like that at the top. It was very important to me in school, I think, that I could do something like that quickly. Practice doing it, to keep practicing it. I'm now quite a bit older and not so much in. I'd be lying if I said I spent all my time factorising quadratic equations. That sounds like good advice. Good to be able to do it, right? There have been several points today where I've needed an example, like we were doing something down here where, oh, it's the same example. That's not very inspiring of me, is it? Something down here where I needed an example of some polynomials messing around because I'm interested in polynomials in general. I'm on this quest for a Quintic. Interested in polynomials in general. Having some examples to play with is good. But being able to do that is probably good. If one turns up later, then I'll be ready for it. Right, okay. The above theorems generalise quite naturally. Oh, that sounds like an exercise, doesn't it? So actual maths homework is often like this. Not factorise this quadratic, but more like, I'm going to generalise this. Going to improve this again, but more general. UFDs have well-defined highest common factors for the first thing there. Introduce the concept of content, and then so pull up the content, and then look at the polynomial ring. I'm realising that polynomial rings are good because they have built in this kind of norm for you to do Euclidean domain stuff with. Placing Z with R and Q with the field of fractions of R. I remember that from this morning. We can rewrite the above arguments to show if U is so nice. Wow emoji. Good. Okay. I think that is pretty much all the ring stuff we're going to need. Rings of power. Right, good. So, what am I going to do? I'm going to have a quick look at the Quintic again. Reminisce, I think it's the first time you've seen this, but this is where I'm trying to go. I'm trying to get to page 41 of these notes, which have down here at the bottom this polynomial, x to the 5 minus 6x plus 3. It's not solved by radicals. Radicals here means things like square root, cube root, fourth root, fifth root. You can't solve this using some really complicated Quintic formula or something. I'm using those. And we now understand, as a result of most of day one of the quest, and we now understand some of the words in here. Eisenstein's criterion we saw on the screen earlier, p equals 3 means that, well, because that's not a multiple of 3, this is, and that's not a multiple of 3 squared. So we now kind of understand this. We're kind of happy to hear. If you like, earlier we spent about half an hour on a 4-line proof. This proof's only like 9 lines. But it's going to take a lot more than half an hour. Okay, then there's a bunch of stuff that you don't understand. Well, I kind of follow it, but don't know what's going on. I'm looking for roots. Furthermore, so actually I think a lot of this chunk here, blah, 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 all of that, I think, is trying to convince us that there are exactly 3 real roots to this, which, to be honest, you could switch for a convincing Desmos plot, right? Which has 3 roots, not 5. I mean, not mathematically really, but I'd be convinced. Alrood has an excellent reference, and the chat box is just large enough for it. That's included from proposition 6.5. And then all of the Galois theory that we want to understand this week kicks in here. Proposition 6.5, subsection 5.3.1, theorem 5.18. Pivx on somewhere radicals. Very good. Something about it having exactly 3 real roots. What did I do? Oh, I flipped back. All forwards. Goodness knows what happened. I think Elrod asked about this. Later on, following that, if we've done the quest for the Quintic, the next page is about the fundamental theorem of algebra, which Elrod wanted. Theorem 7.2, field is algebraically closed. What should you do with Galois theory? Ooh, look, splitting fields. Ooh, we see a lot of subgroups. Sequence of subfields. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this looks sensible, right? And then that's actually the end of what's going on here. L1. Ugh. L1 is isomorphic to C as an R extension. I suppose K bigger than 1. Contradiction. In particular, P of X splits in C. I think this might be the answer to your question, by the way, of why C and not H? Somewhere in this, actually, page and a half of proving that C is algebraically closed, pops out this L1 isomorphic to C. The fact that it's isomorphic to C and not H is maybe the thing that you'd be interested in to read at the end of these Galois theory notes. Link on my homepage, which is on my Twitch channel. Twitch homepage. Yeah, go. Good. Okay. We're going to have a quick look back at this. Okay, and we're going to look at the map. Okay, so I think the schedule is going to have to be something like Galois theory starts properly tomorrow, I think. We dive into those notes. I want to get a bit more happy with ring theory today. We've skimmed through all the notes, and now we've got more of a sense of what's important. So second time through, I think we can pick up things for being important. Like the first time around, I really didn't guess how important prime and maximal ideals would be, because I didn't realise that they were going to lead to this lovely stuff about prime and irreducible elements. I haven't really got that prime and irreducible element stuff settled in my head. So the state theory is somewhere in here, but I want to get past there, I think, and then rest the week on understanding the Galois theory stuff, where I'm going to be much slower. You thought I was slow today? I'm going to be so much slower. I think the other one I've only got about 40 pages of notes or something, but it's all extremely technical. Okay. I'm just going to take a 5-minute break here to, if nothing else, blink. So I'm going to try blinking for a bit. We're going to be back soon. I do not have the ability to run an ad, and I don't think I'd want to even if I could. So instead, I'm going to put the words back soon on screen, just 5 minutes. If you're watching the video on demand replay, skip forwards about 5 minutes. If you're watching on YouTube, then wow, that means I worked out how to put it on YouTube. Wow, you're watching a 5-hour video on YouTube, and maybe I'll cut this bit out if I remember. Otherwise, skip 5 minutes. Right, back in 5. back. I saw a meme the other day, or more of a joke post about how a streamer was really quite upset that she left the room and got twice as many viewers while she was not there, and then came back, and people were more excited to watch her not be there. It was a very funny clip. That didn't happen to me, you'll be pleased to know. People have voted they would rather I was here rather than offline in terms of watching the stream. Good, I've remembered to unmute myself as well, which is nice. Something that, if you're ever considering streaming, something you've got to be aware of is mistakes other people have made, right? Like discovering that people would rather look at an empty chair than you, and the notorious time that Snoop Dogg live streamed for hours while completely on mute. No one told him. It was brilliant. You got to tell me. I'm not Snoop Dogg. Right, okay. What are we doing? We're going to go back to rings and modules. I'm going to try and identify, in a kind of big picture way, what we need to get better at, right? We need to improve. Before we move on to this world of Galois theory, which in the metaphor is kind of Mordor, don't simply walk there, right? We've got to prepare. We've got to be ready. This is where we ended up, about to head off into Galois theory. Now, there's lots of proofs we don't understand, but proofs you can fill in later. The real thing to try and understand is the content, or the ideas that we had along the way. If you can't understand the ideas, then at least understand the definitions. If you can't understand the definitions, then my goodness, get reading. Let's go. I think, so how am I going to run this? I want to do a kind of study technique here where I go through the topics and I sort them into things that I feel happy with versus things that I don't feel happy with. This is not really interesting to you because why would you care what I understand or don't understand? But hey, it's a technique that you might like to use for other stuff as well. I'm also going to try and zoom the page out. There's a chance this doesn't work or looks stupid. Yeah, I thought it might do that. Yeah, can I reset that? Yes, I can. Oh, okay. So I can do this kind of whole view thing, which is actually not very good, is it? It's just tiny. Yeah, no, forget that. So I want to go back to landscape. Okay. And I could zoom out. Does that work? It's kind of alright. It's about the same now, isn't it? It's about the same. But as soon as I turn the page, okay, right, never mind. Cool. So I've remembered I can do this. This is going to be good. It's going to load all the pages. Oh, it doesn't show you. Oh, it shows me a view of all the pages so that I can flip through. Oh, I should use this to like sneakily, but that time that I'm flipping through pages, I should use this like secret screen. You can't see this, I'll show the camera. I've got a view which has got all of the pages in that I can scroll through so that I can switch the page I want to look at. Bam! And then it... Oh. Technology, eh? It's like a screen share, but better. Right, okay. So I'm going to try and sort this content into things that I know and things I want to know more about. Luckily, I've got a list which is the syllabus, which is a list of everything that's in the course. If you can find one of these for your course, and then, hey, that's a list of things that you should know about. I need to remember how to select the highlighter tool. We're going to do this. We're going to highlight things in yellow if we want to spend more time on them. So, and they have to be like kind of important and questionable for me, I think. Recap on rings not necessarily commutative with identity. Fine. Examples: Z, fields, polynomial rings. Zero divisors, integral domains, units. Characteristic. Didn't really get to grips with what that was for things without an identity, but I don't really care about things without an identity today. Field of fractions. Their characterization. Yeah, I thought it was fine. What do I want? So quotient rings, ideals, and the first fun isomorphism theorem. That was really important. Consequences fine. Relation between the ideals seemed all right. Prime ideals and maximal ideals, and that relation to fields and integral domains. Examples of ideals. Application of quotients to constructing fields by adjunction of elements. Yeah, that's exactly what we're into, isn't it? Degree of a field extension and the Tower law. Some examples. ED, and then all of this stuff, right? And I can't see in here, but things I wanted to think about are primes and irreducibles. I wanted to get a better impression of that overall as well. Let's try and put that on the board. Primes versus irreducibles. Okay. That's my learning plan for the next hour and a half, I think. There's some stuff at the bottom that I didn't really understand very well, but I'm hoping that a sort of solid foundation in the middle is a good place to go next. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do this afternoon. Okay, that's the plan. Let's go find out about quotient rings. Oh, I should do my trick. You know what, degree of a field extension. Considering erasing that. Oh, I cannot erase it. Good. Good to know. Can I unhighlight? Now I'm learning about technology. Yeah, I can. If I get all of it, okay. Good. Right. Quotient rings first. Trick to the quotient rings. Are they in here? I didn't work very well, did it? That's definition of a field. Characteristic, because it's on the screen. The smallest integer n for all. Well, I suppose whatever. You haven't got an identity, you can define whatever you like, right? Why do I care how you define it? Fine. Learning maths, but give it attitude. Ideals, I was fine with. We saw them so many times that I thought they'd come together. We used this one later on, this ideal. It's not principal. Oh, back down. It's not principal, it's not generated. P of x is an even constant term. That's a description of the things in here. A much better description than the one I tried to do earlier. If it was generated by f of x, then f of x would divide by 2 in x. Yeah, okay. Where are my quotients? Here come my quotients. Ideals and the natural subsets for a ring might be moduloed by, just like normal subgroups for groups. So I want to go and revise normal subgroups? Not really. A bit. There's an isomorphism theorem for those as well, isn't there? So probably when people learn this in the second year of university, this is very similar to stuff they were doing in the first year of university. But for me, university was many years ago, so that's not what's happening today. Okay, for reasonable algebra, you must expect to have, yeah, okay, adding together these things. Do I care how it works? Not really. I mean, a bit. So we talked about quotienting quite a lot today. Yeah. We've got this notation where we write r plus I for elements of I plus r, or I suppose let's get some technical language in here. A coset is everything in I plus r So if R is also in I, then wow, that just gives you I back again. I is a coset of itself. Otherwise, you can add on R, and what happens? You get something, it's more stuff. Now, okay, these things are well defined. You can just add in the way that you might want to, and you can multiply the way you might want to. Because of ideal stuff, I think. Here's the quotient ring. And we're going to start writing R bar for R plus I, like modular arithmetic, if you write bars on your modular arithmetic. Suppose that I isn't ideal in R. Now, if R1 bar is R2 bar, that means that R1 plus I for all bother. R1 plus I is equal to R2 plus I. So if those sets are equal, then it's not just that the i's line up, kind of quite cancel the i's. It's not really what's going on. The difference is in I. There might be, for each element, there's an equality there for each element of the set. There's an expression on each side, but those expressions on each side might use different elements of the set I. This thing about I up here, it kind of spans across all elements of I. So these things down here are sets, which line up, and they might line up just really neatly, such that in every case you just take the same elements of I and you add R1 and R2. Hooray! Brilliant! You get the same things. That's why the sets are equal, but it might not. Might be the case that merely those things differ by an element of I. Best you can say, really. I suppose what we could do is, so for each, what do I want to call these? A in R1 bar and B in R2 bar. There exists I1 and I2 in I, such that A is R1 plus I1 and B is R2 plus I2, where these I elements lie in the ideal I. And then the difference between these things, so A minus B, what do I want? Yeah, okay, so A minus B is equal to R1 minus R2 plus I1 minus I2, and this thing is in I. So why have I done the difference? Do I want the difference? Yeah, fine, okay. The difference, A minus B, is not quite equal to R1 minus R2, but it's equal in this element. So in particular, if R1 bar and R2 bar are equal, so if you've got elements that lie in both sets, take an element that's in both sets. Now you've got two expressions for it. R1 plus an element of I, or R2 plus an element of I. Do this sort of subtraction, and you'll see that R1 minus R2, if these elements are the same, if A is equal to B, then you could do the difference. And you would say, aha, R1 minus R2 is just I2 minus I1. That's in I. Good, okay. So I think this kind of logic of write it out like this is how I would write it out if I had to write out some of the proof of this. By the way, this is absolutely classic linear algebra. It's always doing stuff like this. You've got a kernel, you've got... If you consider stuff in the kernel to be invisible, and are things that differ, the difference would be in the kernel. That's sort of like very linear algebra. Okay, suppose that these things are equal, then this equivalence means that we can just look at their sample elements, R1 and R2, S1, S2, to do that. What is actually happening in this line? It's quite complicated, doesn't it? Right, so if you were to add R1 and S1, you'd get one thing. And if you were to add R2 and S2, you'd get something else. So you might think, I've changed which elements I'm using to represent the R and the S cosets. Maybe I'll use R1, maybe I'll use R2 to represent my R coset, and maybe I'll use S1 and maybe use S2 to represent that coset. But when you try and add those things together, you might get different things, but the difference will be in I, which means that the coset will be the same. R1 plus S1 plus I is the same set as R2 plus S2 plus I. This leads to, statements like this, where they've written out a weird plus sign here, but a more normal way to write this would be R1 plus I plus R2 plus I is equal to R1 plus R2 plus I. So, levels of understanding, right? Let's talk levels of understanding. Ground floor level of understanding is to say, no, this is obviously wrong. Obviously wrong because there should be two I's on the right hand side. When you add, there should be two I's on the right hand side. And then next level understanding is to say, aha, 2 times I would be an element of I because I is closed on multiplication. Which is why he's just written I, because that's an element of that ideal. And then next level understanding is to say, no, that's nonsense. The elements might not be the same. When you add an element from I to another element from I, you don't have to pick the same one in each case. These things we're talking about are sets, and you're adding elements from them. I just mean you get the same elements in the set. When I said multiplication is closed under, when I said ideals are closed under multiplication, I meant multiplication by stuff in the ring, not by the number 2. Unless your ring's integers. Is your ring integers? Anyway, so kind of levels of understanding here, which go from, no, that's obviously nonsense, to, maybe because I plus I is equal to I, which is fine, but notationally dodgy. And then better understanding these things are sets, and ideals are closed under addition of elements inside the ideal. And maybe there's another level where you actually understand it better than that, but that's as far as I've got right now. Anyway, got to overcome the fact that it looks stupid, right? There's 2 I's on the left and 1 on the right. That's not how algebra is supposed to look. I've got a 9th grader in chat. This is bad, right? Should be teaching them proper algebra. Okay, what are we doing? So that shows that plus is defined, and multiplication works in a very similar way. Well, actually, it's a bit more like it's using associativity. Oh yeah, so the old classic of subtracting a thing and adding it. It's using commutativity as well. Using a lot of stuff. There's a load of things going on here. Oh, is this where we're using the idea that ideals need to be closed under multiplication by anything in the ring? Because I know that S1 minus S2 is in I. I know that R1 minus I2 is in I. I want to conclude that this combination is in I. That's a difference thing. But if we multiply by elements from the ring, R1 and S2 are things just generally from R, the ring. So I guess that's why, to be an ideal, it's not enough to just be a subring. I think there's this word subring for when it's closed under kind of its own multiplication. Ideals are closed under multiplication by anything in the ring. Right, good. Okay, multiplication is well defined. So many things to check. We're not going to check them now. Let's not do that. Where are we going? We've got some stuff over here. What did I want to practice? Sort of wanted to look at this. Maybe I had a ring homomorphism down here. So function evaluation, I was wrong about this last time through. Could do some exercises in here. Could do some exercises. How much do I want to do the exercises? Just a little bit. Do my homework, I guess. Here we go. R1 plus R2 is, okay, so take R1 is 0 in the ring, and R2 is also 0 in the ring. R2 is anything. Yeah, take R. Let's take R. I want to add it on here, right? Yeah, take R2 to be 0 in the ring. Then phi of R1 plus R2. This thing inside here is just R1 because I've added on the 0 in that ring. And on the right, because it's a ring homomorphism, that respects addition, so I can pull out this in terms of plus S. But this thing over on the right, well, okay, so now I've got phi of R1 appearing on both the left and the right. This is going to be true for all R1 in R. So what have I got? This thing adds and it always doesn't change the answer that I get out. Does it feel like 0? Is that definitely 0? Can we have another thing that behaves like 0s? What is 0? Good times. 5R2 is the thing I'm trying to calculate. It's 5, 0. If not, yeah, maybe I want to do 5, 0 plus 5, 0. Maybe I do want to do it. Yeah, let's do it. 0 in both. Also take R1 to be 0R. Then on the left I've got phi of 0R, and on the right I've got phi of 0R plus S, phi of 0R. So whatever this is, add its inverse, and we'll get definitely 0S on the left, and definitely phi of 0R on the right. It's quite hard to write 0R. Failed at it several times there. My hand wants to do R subscript 0, not 0 subscript R. It's just weird having more than one 0 around, isn't it? Let's put that there so I'm not always reaching over for it. Okay. Ideally, I'd have used more paper for that. Okay, so the first reaction was good. I wanted to put both of them to be 0. Okay. Next up, if S is an integral domain and R has an identity, my favourites. S is an ID, brilliant. Okay, I want to use that. Either phi is 0, or phi of 1R. Yeah, okay, so we're going to try and look at phi of 1 next. This feels very multiplication-y, so I'm going to go and look at phi of 1R times 1R, which is going to have to be phi of 1R times an S, phi of 1R. Now, what do I want? On the left, I've got phi of 1R, and that's phi of 1R times S, phi of 1R. It's not feeling very integral domain yet. Oh, I can factorize this. So I can bring it onto the left and bring out the factor of phi of 1R times in S 1S minus phi of 1R equals 0. And now in an integral domain, one of these has to be 0 or the other, which means that either, if this is 0, then phi 1R is 1S. If this is 0, then I think we have consequences, because if this is 0, if phi of 1R is 0, S, then I think phi of everything's going to be 0. By multiplication. That second thing. By the way that multiplication is respected. Take your favourite element R. It is, you will agree, 1 times 1R. And now apply 5 to it. Ooh, multiplication rule means that you've got 5, your favourite element, multiplied by phi of 1r. If that's multiplied by 0, then we're going to end up at 0. Used in there the rule that anything times 0 is 0, which I think was right near the front, and I refused to prove it at the front of this course. Okay. Do I want any more homomorphism facts? These two look like induction. I'm hoping that n is a whole number. Oh yeah, n's an integer, it says in the proposition 61 bit. So you can just keep adding. Good. Good. Okay. I'll multiply. Just go, go, go. Use the rules lots of times. Yeah, okay. I'm not going to write it out to machine. What does that even say? What does that? Get back to 0? 0? Oh yeah, I didn't really understand this last time around. I moved on, it was embarrassing. 5 is 5, 0 bar. 5 n bar. Yeah, sure, okay. 5, so 0 bar and n bar are kind of the same thing, right? In Zn. 0 bar equals n bar. I suppose they're just equal if you put the bars on in Zn. But also n bar would be, that's what you get when you do 1 bar plus 1 bar plus 1 bar plus 1 bar. This is a characteristic fact. Fact about ring characteristic. Okay. I didn't look at 66 and 67 last time through. The only ring homomorphisms are x goes to 0 and x goes to x. Ooh. Why can't you send x to... Oh, it's an integral domain, so phi of 1 is 1, and then it just all follows on from there. Or phi of 1 is 0. This is a consequence of the thing which is proved out. Phi of 1. And then in Q, Q is an integral domain, so phi of 1 is 1, and then it sort of follows through. Otherwise, you get the 0. Okay, it's pretty powerful then, down here somewhere. This fact seems actually good. So it's going to get a small smiley face if I ever find it again. Where's it gone? There it is. Cool. Still working out how to use all my tech as well. The tech's new by coincidence. I just have some new tech. When I put my hand on it, because I'm writing on it, sometimes it mistakes that for an instruction. Yeah, not sponsored by tech. What are we doing? We're trying to learn about homomorphisms. Quickly back to my list of things to learn. I said I was going to do it more like a study technique, and then I just highlighted a bunch of things, which I'm aware looks really stupid. Like, oh, here's this hot study technique you might not know about. Highlight the words you don't understand. Terrible stuff. I guess maybe I should get more involved in this. Yeah, let's not go into the details. Let's do less details. We've got 1 hour until 5 o'clock. 1 hour. Let's try and do some more. Let's get a bigger picture. Bigger picture. Yeah, I just looked around at this stuff, but it wasn't very satisfying. And prime ideals and maximal ideals, I think I now know what they are. Truth, I've kind of got almost bored of learning rings, but I want to go and look at Galois theory, but I think I should save it. We'll find out. I saw there's a clip, somebody clipped the stream, which is, I didn't know viewers could do that as well, so that's nice. Saves me from pressing the clip button. Good. What am I trying to do? Back in the quest log. Okay, so this is definition of an integral domain. I want to make this picture better. I want some more examples. Yeah, I want some more examples. Okay, so I think I want to do this picture 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things. I'm going to fit 7 things across the screen. Carefully. Let's do a new, so it's going to be a new version of that diagram, which I'm going to draw quite slowly. I tried being interesting. I'm now going to be very boring. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20. Oh, it's perfect. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is going to be such a nice table. This is going to be excellent. I'm going to keep this, I think, for afterwards. Let's line this all up then. Regret that. I think I want two squares. Okay, and then this big table. It's going to have examples in it and things. Welcome back to my live stream where I attempt to freehand a table. If you're watching this and thinking, he should just open Excel, why doesn't he just open Excel? This would be great as an Excel chart. I'm just trying to do something different, right? It's a really good Tim Vine line where Tim Vine says, at the end of a really bizarre segment in his stand-up routine, which I saw once. Saw him say this once. It's important to have something in your routine that nobody else is doing. And I mean, there's so many streams on Twitch right now. How many of them have spent 3 hours just looking at lecture notes and then drawing a table? How many of them are going to say, I love the table, I'm going to have another go? And these bits where I put the markers in, rubbish. I'm going to tidy that up. If you're excellent at taking notes, then I'm really sorry that you're watching this. It's probably painful. There we go. Let's just tidy that up a little bit. There we go. Okay, it's the table. On the left, it's groups. Then it's rings. And then it's integral domains. These are all plural for some reason. Fine. Then it's EFDs. It's PIDs. That's EDs. PIDs. And then it's fields. Okay. And we want in here some sort of examples or properties, I think. And oh, if I'm doing this properly, then I should try and filter things so that they end up in the right place. Do I know what an integral? I'm not sure I know what an integral system is. Is that different from an integral domain? I'm going to Google it. Wait, as in? Integral Systems was a manufacturer of satellite ground systems founded in 1982. Thanks, Wikipedia. No, I don't know what that is. Okay, so we can have a little bit of space for some examples. Okay, where am I going to put my examples? So I was quite happy with things like Q, R, and C over here, because they are fields, right? Any polynomial rings in here? No, polynomials you can't really divide by x. There's no inverse for x. I'm going to put Q, R, and C. Maybe there's space for another one if I feel like having another one. What do I want? So my groups on the left, I think we'll put in A5 as a kind of foreshadowing sort of joke. So A5 is a particular group with nice properties that turns out to be relevant for quintics. For rings, but that are not integral domains, I think I'll put Z10. Do you like Z10? Could imagine there being a better example later on. integral domains. Right now I've got to think really hard because this boundary, not super happy about where this boundary is. It's kind of easier to fill in things with lots of properties, right? So Euclidean domain. So we've seen any field polynomial, ring of polynomials over a field. We've seen that Zi is a Euclidean domain, Gaussian integers. I think we saw that Z root 2 was one as well, but I'm going to hesitate to put that down. I'm going to make my F look more like an F, which means drawing it further away from everything else. What do I want then? So I need some examples to put in the middle of things that are or are not principal ideal domains, unique factorization domains, and things like that. Yeah. In an integral system is an ordered integral domain. Ooh. Where every non-empty set of positive elements has the least element. Oh, okay. And the interesting part of each other, all isomorphic to Z. Oh, there's kind of like only one. Okay, I haven't seen them today. I don't know if they come up. They sound like if they're all isomorphic to Z, then that's powerful knowledge, because maybe you see one that does that, you're going to end up on Z. I think we're going to spend a lot of this week for the quest for the Quintic in complex numbers, which are then not ordered. So a tricky thing there is then if you don't pay the conditions. Okay, I should be able to think of some examples of putting things in the middle. I might go back and look at the lecture notes as well, just to check. Yeah, I don't want to put something stupid in. Let's get some canonical examples from the lecture notes. Yeah, okay, there's my mission of discovering what you don't understand. I'm trying to do a revision note thing. Did I even highlight them? No, I didn't. I should have highlighted them. Okay, so change page. I'm now going to skip through and try and look for facts about principal ideal domains. I believe it was section 4. There we go. That I need to look for. Okay. Here are some examples. Z of root minus 3 has got to be an example, I think, on this board. So what have we got? We've been talking about Z5 and Z6 quite a lot. And it looks like Z root minus 3 might have something else going on. Let's quickly analyse these. So Z5 is a field, so not super interesting, right? Since it's a field, it does everything. Fields are Euclidean domains in a stupid way? Yeah, we talked about this. Z6 is not even an integral domain. So these things, there's a huge difference between 5 and 6. Z5, wherever on the right of my diagram, it's a field. Z6, not even an integral domain, just sits in the ring corner. So maybe I need to look at these ones like this if I want to find some more interesting examples to put in the middle. What did that say? Sorry. In an integral domain, the highest common factor is unique. Okay, so we're in integral domains. There's a good start because I want to be to the right. Yeah, okay. Good, okay. Got to be to the right of integral domains on my chart. Or at least have some stuff left over that isn't an integral domain, I suppose. Yeah, I want something left over that's integral domain, but nothing further to the right of that. As prime and irreducible elements as well, they're also a bit of a sticking point for me at the moment, I think. So definitions of prime and irreducible elements, that's fine, but then there's some propositions. We went through quite a lot of trouble trying to prove this later on. principal ideal. Oh, they didn't need to say in a principal ideal domain. Principal prime ideal. This is on my notes, I think. To the notes. Principal prime ideal is generated by prime element. Okay, that was the note that I made back there. Back in. This is good, so I should have spent more time on this bit, I guess. In the integral domain, prime elements are irreducible. Okay, so this is relationship then. So integral domain is kind of near the left of my picture. So saying anywhere, as soon as you're in an integral domain, prime elements are irreducible. 2 is irreducible but not prime. In z root minus 3. Is z root minus 3 an integral domain? I think it might be. Oh, is z root minus 3 maybe going to be my example? So what have we got? This is integers, but you can also have integers multiplied by root minus 3. So we've got, yeah, we've got 1 plus root minus 3 over here multiplied by 1 minus root minus 3 is 4. Which is the same thing as 2 times 2. Now I think those are all irreducible. I think. Look at the size of those things. Yeah, 2 is not prime. But if we could write, yeah, so this is a proof that 2 is irreducible. Yeah, okay. A squared plus 3b squared is 1. Then a plus b with minus 3 is a unit. So genuine reduction of this. But these equations have no solutions. So 2 is irreducible. Wow, it's complicated work to show that 2 is irreducible, right? Do I have to do this work again to convince myself that 1 plus root minus 3 is irreducible? We could get the idea out of this, couldn't we? The idea is to square it, modulus squared, which is looking at the kind of lengths of all these complex numbers. And on the left here, if I had 1 plus or minus root minus 3 instead, I'd be looking at the modulus squared of that. But that's also got modulus squared 4, hasn't it? So we'd get the same thing down here. I think these things are irreducible as well. If a squared plus 3b squared is 1, then that thing is a unit. Why is that true? Oh, because you would write it as a plus. You'd factorize it like this. No, is a unit? Yeah. It defines 1. Difference of 2 squares. And you'd be able to write it. Yeah, it would have an inverse. Here's the inverse, precisely that. Okay, so then it would be a unit has an inverse. So genuine reduction, if you want to actually write this as 2 non-unit factors, if you want to reduce it, reducing the number 2 is impossible because you would need both of those things to be the number 2. Hi, if you've just joined the live stream, this is some maths. I'm trying to learn some university maths from just a PDF that I've got off the Oxford website. Spending this week just reading through PDFs, learning maths. Good to have you with us. In particular, what we're currently trying to do is factorize 2. Yeah, the number 2. We're trying to factorize it. So we've got over some sort of weird number system where you're allowed the square root of minus 3. If you try and factorize it like that, then there's several things you should consider, but not that many, because in that world, so what does this world actually look like? A plus b root minus 3. I guess it's kind of rectangles. Just a weird thought. Yeah, it's kind of rectangles of height root 3, because A and B are integers. They're kind of rectangles that are taller than they are wide. A weird world to live in. A plus B root minus 3. That's just a terrible diagram. Really badly wrong. It's bent to go around the words. Well, let's go. Bop, that'll do. So if you're trying to factorise 2, which is this number out here, the plan is to look at things and say, well, has it got, what have you factorised it into, right? What are the lengths of those complex numbers? There's this concept of modulus in complex numbers, which is what D is trying to, what these things are trying to look at, modulus squared. And there are some things you can consider. So you can consider kind of stuff that's got smaller modulus might be a factor. There's a minimum modulus, which is these points here, 1 and minus 1. They've got the smallest modulus of 1. I'm not counting 0 for our factorisation, of course. And there's only a few other things that we need to check. I guess these things. Oh no, that's root 3i. That's minus root 3i. So those things have got a huge modulus. Modulus 3, which is not a factor of 4. Everything's got kind of integer square modulus. It's a crazy world. Everything's got square modulus, which is the real thing. Square modulus as an integer is an integer for everything in that space. So we're trying to factorise the number 4, which is easier than factorising the number 2, especially because we're factorising it over positive integers. So we can do 2 times 2, we can do 1 times 4. We're not looking for units, so ignore those ones. Not looking for units today, we're trying to factorise 2. Perfectly sensible thing to try. And there are some other points in here. There are some other points in there with modulus 2. These ones. 1 plus root 3, that's got modulus 2. And we're trying to see if we can make that do anything. It seems like we can't. So modulus, multiple of 2 things with modulus, each with modulus 2. Oh yeah, those things have modulus 4 anyway. There's nothing with modulus 2. These would be suitable to be multiplied by a unit, but I can't find an appropriate unit, and also there's nothing of modulus 2 in this world. So I think those things, all those things I've circled with modulus 4 are all units, because what are you going to factorise them into? Not the thing that's got modulus 3, not the units, and there's nothing else that's got smaller modulus. They're kind of just too close to the origin. They're so close to the origin you can't reduce them into anything, because there's nothing to reduce them with. Okay, so a better version of that diagram at some point might be good. With a whole bunch of units. So, conclusion there, z of root minus root 3, z of root minus 3 is not a unique factorisation domain, but it is an integral domain. Should we check that? Should we check that? So here's the product of 2 things. If this product was 0, then kind of everything has to be 0, because the modulus would be 0. One of those terms has to be 0, which would mean that a squared and b squared are both 0. This modulus trick is really good. I'm going to try and remember the modulus trick. You're dealing with complex numbers. Try looking at the modulus. You're trying to factorise them. What's the modulus? Something nice. Okay, try and deal with that. Good. So it's going in my example list of, not on here, on the nice one, z of root minus 3. Cool, okay. I want an example of a unique factorisation domain, which shouldn't be too bad. And I want an example of a principal ideal domain where that's not Euclidean, so it's not not some sort of polynomial thing. Okay, seems tough. Proving something's not an ED seems pretty hard. I mean, you check that it's got no possible algorithm. Do EDs do anything nice other than just maybe being PIDs? Let's try and understand that a bit more. Spend a lot of time here. Here are the EDs on the very next page. I kind of want a non-example, right? So Gaussian integers are an ED. That's good. I put them higher on my chart, very far to the right on the list of things. How nice is your division? And that's also an ED. Fine. Okay. I'd like a non-example. No, we go straight into proving things. Oh. Well, have I got EDs and PIDs the wrong way around? Yeah, possibly. Oh no, the right way around. It's very hard to keep this straight. EDs are all PIDs. They're all groups. They're not all fields. Okay. So actually the way finding an example of these should be easy. It's the non-examples, right? The things that are PIDs or UFDs but not EDs. That's the things that I want. If you're an ED, everything's easy. You find your principal ideal domain and then you factorize using your principal ideal domain by looking at your principal ideals and arguing about maximal ideals and stuff. We spent some time on that. Okay. Here are some things that are not Euclidean domains. Brilliant. One of them Z of X, which are a thing that I really like. But ZX, I remember, is a UFD. That's the very last thing that we did before we did the recap. Okay, so I can put ZX on my chart as a UFD, not an ED. Is it a principal ideal domain? No. So polynomials with integer coefficients, that lives here. Not an ED, no. Huh, good, okay. Where are we going? QXY is not a Euclidean domain either. What does QXY do? It's not a principal ideal domain. Yeah, so I think the last missing piece that I need to find, we'll understand this, but the last missing piece I need is an example of something to put in as a principal ideal domain that is little b. So I want PID that is not an ED. Example of principal ideal domain that is not an ED, but of course like is unique factorization of the domain because they all are if you're principal ideal. So I need some better examples of principal ideal domains, things where it's not principal ideal because things have highest common factors, but kind of could be due to something else. It can't be too good, right? It can't be too good, can't be a field. Okay. Get there in a moment, we're still on EDs in the lecture notes. Skip the Euclidean algorithm, always skip the Euclidean algorithm. It's fine, it's good. The Bezout's lemma is actually good. Other ways to learn it. This is not a good way to learn this. Right, not ZX, nor FXY. Now, what is FXY like? Is that not PID? Okay, and I wanted a PID. Okay, so these things are left to the left of PIDs. ZX does do unique factorization, so that's nice. So I'd like an example of a PID that's not. Example of a PID that's not Euclidean domain. Right, okay. Examples. Right, here we are. This is an example that I used just a moment ago. I thought about it quite a lot, but there we go. Two essentially different factorizations. Essentially the same factorizations in Zi. Oh, do I get that? I do not understand that. Oh, because I is a unit. So these things count as the same factorization. they've just been multiplied through by I and minus I. Ugh. Essentially the same factorisation in Q. Fine, okay. And then these ones are essentially different. Oh, that takes some thinking. Okay, maybe Z8X should be an example, right? This is not a UFD. Oh, that means it's way off to the left on my picture. So it's quite hard putting things in exactly the right place on the picture. QX should maybe be on the chart for what properties does Q of X polynomials over the rationals. They're quite good. I guess that's an example of Fx, so it's a Euclidean domain. So it's going to be over here, but I'm going to write it out. I know it's included in the Fx. In fact, I'm going to delete Fx and just put Q. My favourite. Okay. Where are we going? We're still trying to find a principal ideal domain that is not Euclidean. I don't think I've found any yet. I have to invent something in a minute. We've got some facts about UFTs, which I'm going to put in my table in a second. Also put like their taglines in and things like that. Can be showing that highest common factor, fine, good. In a UFD, an irreducible element is prime. PID, an irreducible element is prime, fine. I think we also just had something about irreducibles and primes somewhere else. PID is a UFD. Okay, this is fine, it's putting in my hierarchy. Oh, okay, and then with factorisation, so I haven't got very many examples of principal ideal domains. Interesting. What would I want? So, it needs to be kind of generated. Every ideal is generated by something. Something we think of. Like powers of X. I have to do polynomials again, right? It's got to be an integral domain. That's already hard to think of. Okay, missing an example, I think. Unless I'm not paying enough attention. All my examples of PIDs are actually quite good PIDs. They admit a Euclidean algorithm because all the ones I can think of are polynomials of fields, or the Gaussian integers apparently admit a norm. Okay, let's put some taglines in. So down here, let's make a little bit more space for the taglines. So this is just add for what you've got for your group. You've only got one operation, which I'm calling addition today, but fine. In rings, you can add and multiply, and they're distributive. So we're going to put nicely in here. There's some rules for addition, it's closed and stuff, multiplication, and this kind of distributive law about how things work. In integral domains, xy is not 0, and we have the cancellation law about AB equals AC. Means the B equals C. In unique factorisation domains, you can factorise into irreducibles. Wrote that way too small. Factorise into irreducibles. In principal ideal domains, ideals are principal, which I'm just going to have to remember what that means. One generator is enough, I guess. In Euclidean domains, you have the division algorithm. And finally, in fields, you have divide. Finally. I mean, over here, subtraction is missing from my picture, but it's kind of everywhere. There's addition, there's also subtraction, part of what the nicely means. I kind of want to make those middle ones sound a bit more like facts about division, because this is nice progression from addition, multiplication through to division on the right hand side. So if I can make those middle ones sound a bit more like something to do with division. Well, anyway, let's put some facts in. We're not going to do group facts today. I saw some good stuff about irreducibles and some just kind of notes that I want to remember. For example, this stuff, right? If R is U of t, then so is R of x. Let's put that in here somewhere under UFDs. So R is UFD implies the ring is a UFD. And Z. Oh wait, where's Z? Is Z? Where's Z? Z's right. Z's not a field you can't invert. Is it a Euclidean domain? Yeah. Z's okay. Good. Okay. Z should probably be on this picture. Q, R, C, normal things. R of x. What's R of x doing? Well, it's one of those things where, okay, so like Q of x, maybe I should write f of x so I remember. This nice thing is that if R is a UFD or anything to the right on this picture, then R of x is a UFD. Okay. Like that fact, let's put some more facts on this picture. This is a study tool. It's going to be a summary of everything I want to remember. Everything I think I struggle with remembering. We've got some lemmas, we've got a theorem. This is very particular to Z and Q, so I think I'm going to remember this one. This is all still particular to Z and Q, fine. Okay, in a UFD, irreducible elements are prime, and in a PID, irreducible elements are prime. Let's put those down. Well, let's just put the left one down. Hang on, yeah, if you are a PID, then you must also be a UFD. So it's rubbish, just look left. So this says that irreducible elements are prime. Just double check I wrote that the right way around. Yeah, good, okay. Back in. So now my chart for the PIDs, look left. PIDs are UFDs. If you're a PID, then you must be a UFD. So apparently our proof did something different to prove first that irreducible elements are prime in a PID, and then to show that they're equivalent via noetherian stuff. So I'm kind of counting that as something that we haven't proved yet because I didn't engage with the idea of a noetherian ring. Yeah, there's stuff going on there. Okay, irreducible elements are prime. I kind of want the other way around as well. I can't remember much about whether prime elements are irreducible. Wait, I proved that at the top. In an ID, a prime element is irreducible, it says right here. So let's go in here, in an ID. Oh, just to the left. Prime elements are irreducible. Okay, got a little study table coming together. Oh gosh, I just caught on the replay. When I'm writing, you can really get the top of my head. Ooh. Good thing I've still got some hair. Maybe I should do this live stream wearing a hat. Good, just to protect things, you know. PFT is a UFT, that's on my chart. Examples, remarks, solutions. I'm now working backwards through the notes. Why not? In a UFD, highest common factors exist. So this is good because then your ED can look to the left and say, oh, I am a UFD, I suppose, and that means the HFDF exists, and we've got an algorithm to quickly find it. It's kind of different, right? You look left because you are an example of the thing to the left. So your ring, you're like, oh, does addition have an inverse? In addition, you look left and you think, oh yeah, I'm a group under addition. So it's good. It's not it's pretty easy to say that a ring is a group. That's kind of the ring with addition forms a group. Anyway, what are we doing? Remark. Yep, we've got that one. All notes, and I'm going to slightly change this so I'm not just looking straight down. The definition's good. Skip the stuff about the Euclidean linear algorithm, which is fine. We can learn it at some point if we want to. Right, iris and ED. So this says all ideals in an ED are principal ideal domains. I think that's on my chart because if you're an ED, then you are a principal ideal domain. Something we knew at some point. So you look left and you say, your principal ideal domain, all ideals principal. Do we have any other properties? No. Good. Okay, left. Definition of coprime. Okay. Primes and irreducibles, here we go. Okay. So getting more to grips with primes and irreducibles. If you want to play games, then you look at things like z root minus 3, which is in my charts, right? Yeah, there it is. It's in the integral domain place, where around here, prime elements are irreducible. But there's an example of an irreducible element that's not prime. 2 is irreducible, but it's not prime because it divides this product of these other things without dividing either of them. So which is better, prime or irreducible? That's a hard question. But it feels like, ignoring stuff on the left and right, prime elements are always irreducible. If we're in an integral domain. Prime elements are just definitely irreducible. But irreducible elements might not be prime, which means that if you're an irreducible element, that's a little bit stronger. Now, as soon as you get to a UFD, a unique factorization domain, those things work out to be the same anyway. Irreducible and prime, the same thing. So, like, you don't really worry about this. And if you work up here over integers, then when you first meet prime numbers, you get some definitions that are just completely the same because we're up at this top level of like things that are really good. Yeah. Okay. So all my polynomial rings are going to stop. They're all going to live in here somewhere, I guess. Because I'm probably going to take a nice UFD. That's my ring. I guess you could think about taking this integral domain and making polynomials with these, and it's not obvious what you'll get. It might not be a UFD. Is that something I want? Or it might just be a weirder integral domain. Fine. Might not be an integral domain. It's probably an integral domain. Yeah. If R is an ID, let's go back in. I think it's in the notes somewhere. But if R is an ID, I'm pretty sure the polynomial ring will be an ID as well. Look at the top coefficient, right? Look at the top coefficient. Look at the top coefficient. Yeah, I'm putting it on the table. R is an ID, implies R of X is an ID. Over here, F is a field, implies Fx is an ED. Sort of not quite the same pattern as the other two, right? There's this chain down the bottom that I want to write down about the relationships between these columns. Maybe the relationships live kind of on blobs. I haven't really decided. This table's going to get some decoration. No, I said it out loud. Now I've got to do it. Relationships between principal ideals and prime elements. Good. Okay. Keep going left, I think. We want to keep understanding what's going on. This is all definitions. In an integral domain, if the highest common factor is unique. Okay, right, good. And there's our favourite example of an integral domain that's not a unique factorization domain and has the difference between primes and irreducibles. As a result, further back, so field extensions, which we are supposed to be getting good at because we're going to need them for Galois theory for our quest. We had all these subfields. Is this going to help me with my stuff? I think the notes left of this are not going to help me because it's before we defined anything like a principal ideal domain. So, mini quest. I still don't have an example of a principal ideal domain that's not Euclidean. Or something where all of the ideals are principal? We've seen. So, what's going on in Z? Oh no, Z's way over on the right. Z's Euclidean. Philzy's back. Hey, Philzy. We've been back for 20 minutes quietly. Hey. Twitch says I'm up to like 9 viewers, which is kind of mad. +4 brush, I think. Hi chat. We've spent today trying to understand these different things on the board. I'm putting together some ideas about what these different terms mean. The big plan is that by the end of the week, I understand this stuff enough to know which things are worth teaching people about, so that I can make a really killer YouTube video, which is about 10 minutes long and goes through all of this. Chat says I lost viewers by saying that. Chat doesn't want the big picture. Right, good, okay. Not about the viewers. We're trying to think of a principal ideal domain to put in the kind of empty box up there. An example of a principal ideal domain where all the ideals are generated by a single element. Each ideal is generated by a single element, but where you can't quite pull off Euclidean division. And it's tough because all the polynomial things I think of, inevitably I'm using quite a nice polynomial examples tend to not be principal ideal domains because you can generate or are Euclidean domains. If F's a field, then it goes in that column. If F's an Euclidean domain, so ZX, then it seems like it's Z we saw went from here, so when you turn it into polynomials went over here. So maybe I take Q of X, Y? Where did that go? It's not going to be principal ideal, is it? Because there's things like, oh, maybe QXY is principal ideal. But does it have a division algorithm? Ooh, QXY might be the thing. Bit of scrap paper. Might be the thing. So, 2 questions. Is QXY a principal ideal domain? And is QXY a Euclidean domain? An Euclidean domain? It's a little bit awkward, isn't it? Because I would say an ED. A Euclidean domain, I suppose. And I'm sort of hoping the answer is a yes and no, but that's kind of homework. Polynomial in 2 variables. I'm kind of taking this one, sticking another thing on there as well. Is it UFD? I sort of hope it is. I mean, I'm going to check if it's PID, right? And then if it is, I'm hoping it is principal ideal domain. No. What generates XY? What generates that? Nothing generates that. There's no single thing that multiplies up to give X and Y. Right, cool, got too excited. Not this. Ooh. Example in chat. Thank you, chat. Look at this. 1 plus what? What? It's a PID but not an ED. And you've said 2, which is very generous because we're thinking about my example on the board, but my example turns out it's wrong, so now yours is the only one we've got. The proof is really long. There's the classic claim. Mostly really awkward and aren't too common. Thanks, Halroot in chat. Huh. It's weird because the idea of being a principal ideal domain is really useful. Mostly really awkward. So, well, by the power of chat, Z augmented with 1 plus square root 19 over 2. That's got to be, not trying to single you out, but that's got to be the cleverest thing anybody has said in Twitch chat today, right? Like, people have said loads of things in Twitch chat, but Z square root, open bracket, 1 plus square root of 19, close bracket over 2, close square bracket, is a PID but not an ED. But the proof is really long. That's got to be. How rude. Well, can I pin it? There we go. Oh, now it's gone huge. Well, I don't understand chat. Good. That's got to be the cleverest thing anybody said on Twitch today. Good. Okay. How on earth would you do that? Oh my goodness. So you would look at the structure of that's we know something like zx quotiented by some hideous polynomial. What's that the root to? That's the root to something like b is -1. Oh my goodness. What have you done? X squared minus... Oh, this is not going to be in units, is it? It's not going to be in integers if I'm not careful. Minus xn minus b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac. Or 4ac 18 over 4 or something. B squared minus 4ac. Now look at me, I'm solving a quadratic backwards. So like 2x squared minus 2x minus 9 or something. So you take polynomials with integer coefficients, quotient by maybe that polynomial, if I've got that right. Someone stick it in a calculator. Maybe that's got that root up there. Apparently the structure here, which is going to be, so it's going to be like polynomials that look like this, because I'm quotienting by a quadratic thing. So the polynomials are quadratic things such that, and then there's some really complicated rule. Such that, and then multiplication and addition are going to be a bit weird. No, addition's fine. Multiplication is going to be a bit weird because I'm quotienting by that thing. And apparently that is then PID, but not a Euclidean domain. Do I believe it's not a Euclidean domain? Cannot see for the life of me what the norm would be. And the proof would have to go something like suppose there's a norm that's decreasing, but now look at these weird elements. And look how they collapse down. I kind of love it. It's kind of brilliant. Right, good. Okay, let's just leave it blank for now. What do I want to fill in to finish off with? I think I want to say that, yeah, let's put the chain in down here. So kind of 3 lines near the bottom. EDs are PIDs. PIDs are UFDs. UFDs are integral domains. They kind of have to be as part of conditions. Integral domains are rings. These are not interesting statements at some point. Ring addition forms, this one's a bit more technical, forms a group, and groups are just here. Fields, I want to say something about fields and Euclidean domains. I think a field is a Euclidean domain if you define the norm to be 1 for everything that isn't 0, and 0 for everything that's 0, and then you just always one-liner. Yeah, I think fields are. I think it goes right to left like that. Boom. Good. Yeah, I think that's my plan. I put no facts about rings or groups in, or fields. So can divide by non-zero elements probably belongs over here. And then there's this little fact about finite fields have size p to the n, where p is prime and n is an integer. I'm not going to write that all down. Euclidean domains. Euclidean domains. Want to say anything about Euclidean domains? You kind of have this kind of bazoo fact. I might kind of put that like thing about integral domains and fields. About the quotient group thing. You know, if you quotient by a maximal ideal. kind of not really a fact about fields so much as a fact about quotienting by a maximal ideal. Yeah, so I in R I maximal implies I quotiented by R a field. And then down here somewhere, I in R I prime ideal implies R quotiented by I is an ID. Okay. Groups have so much nice theory. It's so rude to leave that box blank. Rings have got... Is there anything we want to say about rings in general, just to fill in the box? I'm not really sure there is. Oh, we got 10 minutes on the stream. Well, time accelerated a bit. That thingy about PIDs. Maybe I should look up this proof that... Thing about square root of 19. Not sure. Not sure how much it's going to help my understanding. Rude in chat says they're really weird. I'll just believe that for a bit. Rings. There's all these really cool ones, right? Like Z6. Is Z5 a field? Is that fair? Yeah, it's a field. You can divide by anything. So 0, don't worry about it. 1 has inverse 1. 2 has inverse 3. 3 has inverse 2. 4 has inverse... It's minus 1. 4. That's a unit, don't worry about it. Yeah, you do worry about it. It's a unit, so it's fine. Everything's a unit. Right. Multiplication. I'm calling it just add. I'm going to go just add or multiply. There we go. Yeah, okay, I'm going to write it nicer as well. Okay, let's do a little bit of decoration. Let's make this line a bit bigger. Along here. So this is a bit wider, thicker. Just a little bit. Lost it at the end. Welcome back to Drawing, an exciting interactive live stream on Twitch, for some reason. Crowds of people queuing up to watch me try and draw a straight line. I am so glad I'm putting this on Twitch. This is a great idea. I've tried learning where I just sit quietly, no audience, no recording. It doesn't really work. Don't really learn anything. Whereas here, what have we got? We've got a page of notes, page of snappy notes about what an integral domain is, about units, what units are, about what a ring homomorphism is, prime ideals, or fields have boring ideals. I'm going to remember that one. What a maximal ideal is, what a field extension is, what it means to be coprime. This chart's been superseded a little bit. What a prime principal ideal would be like. We got a map. Oh, okay, great time. We've got a map, we've got some notes, we've got a table. I'm just going to tidy up my notes a little bit because some of this has moved to the next page. This is the study with me part of the section where part of study with me is just dealing with my admin. So I'll move this up as well. Whoop. Good, okay. Pen, close, back. Okay, prime and principal elements I think next. Yeah, just 5 minutes to wrap up. Let us, 5 minutes? It's 5 to 5. That's how my job works. It's a 9 to 5 job. 5 minutes. Let us go and have a look at some Galois theory. Oh, Galois theory. Oh, Galois theory. That's the cubic formula, by the way. Oh, characteristic 2 or 3. Actually, valid more generally if characteristic K is not 2 or 3. Characteristic 2. Anyway, never mind. Okay. Let's go and look at the solution to quadratics and just see if we can make any sense of anything that's going on. No, I think I've lost it. Maybe I'll read about solvable groups. Just for 5 minutes. Is that going to make sense? No. Let G be a group. Thing on the left. Look, the cubic formula. One of our aims is to find out that the cubic formula is not that bad. I don't know if it is that bad. It looks really bad, but in my heart, I believe that the cubic formula is not that bad, right? That there's some reason behind it. This is the same sort of naivety that leads me to believe that all polynomials have formulas. So I'm going to be wrong at some point, right? So you see a dog and think, oh, dog's no, it's a cutie, really. It's a nice dog. It's going to be well behaved. And then you meet a larger dog and say, all dogs sound well behaved and nice. And then you meet a wolf. Anyway, no, I think I'm not going to understand this. No redundancies. Okay, question groups. Maybe we're need to revise group theory at some point this week, but we've got some question groups. Are those question groups abelian? Finite filtration is trivially. Right, okay. And a group is said to be solvable if there exists a finite filtration of all of this. G-spot. How am I going to pronounce that on stream? Group G is said to be simple if it has no non-trivial normal subgroups. Would help if I selected a pen if I want to write things. Lemma. Let G be a solvable group. Oh my goodness. Okay, so there is a finite filtration and H be a subgroup. Then H is solvable. Okay. If H is normal in G, then the question group is also solvable. Okay, fun. H is solvable. Just any subgroup is solvable, and normal subgroups give you a question group, which is also solvable. Okay. Finite filtration with abelian quotients. Oh my goodness, a group is said to be solvable if there exists a finite filtration with abelian quotients. Just so many more things to learn, right? We got so many more things to learn. So I think later this week on this stream, we're going to learn more things about groups at some point. Ooh, we got a new sort of arrow that I haven't seen so far today. And therefore we found a finite filtration. Okay, it's gonna be good. What are we doing then? Let's skip the proof. G is an H and G be G be group, H be a normal subgroup. Suppose that H is solvable and G is solvable, and G is solvable, and you reconstruct it. Okay. Suppose there's an, oh my goodness, suppose that the size of the group is P to the n. Then you can solve it. Oh, I'm lost now. Like, actually lost. Oh, the proof there is an exercise. Fine, okay. Suppose that H is solvable and G, the quotient is solvable, then you can reconstruct it. Fine, okay. Suppose G is a finite group, and let P be a prime number. Suppose there's n such that the size is P to the n. Oh, like the fields. And G is solvable. It's called a P group. Induct on n. Oh my goodness, we got automorphisms. We've got all sorts of group theory stuff happening in here. G is solvable. Okay. So that tells us that things like S3 is solvable, but not S4. The length of a finite group is the quantity. Biggest finite filtration. Length is the biggest finite filtration with no redundancies. And it's going to be a finite filtration of G. Not necessarily finite, because the length cannot be larger. Oh, right, sorry. For a finite group, it's necessarily finite. I think that's what we care about right now. Oh my goodness, loads of group theory suddenly. Group theory. So, round the mountain, with those groups of elf forest. Let's look a tiny bit at radicals. Ooh, hello. S3 is solvable. Oh yeah, sorry, S3 I thought had size 3, but it's got size 6. Here's an ascending sequence with quotients. Like the abelian quotients? This is just so many more words to learn, right? Scroll. Really want to get a little bit of Galois theory into today's stream. subgroups. Each G is normal in the next one up, and the group's called solvable if the quotients are abelian. Abelian quotient groups if the quotients are abelian. The group's only called solvable if there's a finite filtration with abelian quotients. Okay, there's a lot in there. So we're going to solve this. Okay. Starting to get more of a picture. So you're going to build this kind of sequence of subgroups, normal subgroups. Sequence of normal subgroups. Normal in the next. Each one's normal in the next one up. Fine. Okay. Abelian quotients, commutative quotients. Fine. And then over here somewhere, we've demonstrated. We've got an example of that in here. Yeah. Okay. In here. So S3. Here's a demonstration where 0. Fine. Okay. Is in A3. It's a normal subgroup of A3. A3 is a normal subgroup of S3 with quotient just said 2. A3, the quotient is A3. Is 0 just the identity group here? Yeah, fine, okay. I think that's just the identity group. Kind of group that's only got one element. For the quotient to kind of work, I don't love this divide by 0 notation. Everyone look away. Somebody might be dividing by 0. Okay. S4 is solvable. Even A5 are not. So A5 is in fact simple. It has no non-trivial normal subgroups. No non-trivial normal subgroups. So what are you going to use in your finite filtration? You can only have the trivial finite filtration, and there's a lemma in there. You can't go further, which just sort of makes sense, I think. I don't need to look at lemma 5.11 to believe that. I will though. Yeah, I was wondering about going further. Because then, okay, if you go further, you'd look down at the subgroup. Is A5 normal in A6? That doesn't matter. If A5 is a subgroup of A6 and whatever, so it would be solvable as a result of 5.11. Phew, I should have looked back. Always look back. If they give you a quote, look back. Finite filtration of G, finite ascending sequence of groups. Okay. This is a way of forcing myself to learn what a finite filtration is just read it out on a live stream multiple times. Ooh. Ascending sequence. Okay, so we are, in order to get anywhere near Mount Doom, we're going to have to do a bit of group theory, I think, to get everyone happy with subgroups. We all go together. Always look back. Recall that a group is simple if it has no non-trivial normal subgroups. So part of this 10-minute YouTube video is possibly going to be trying to convince you that A5, which is a group with 60 elements, this is quite a large one. It's a group with 60 elements and it's got no non-trivial subgroups, normal subgroup. No non-trivial normal subgroups. I can't even remember what simple is. It's the word simple. How hard can it be? No non-trivial normal subgroups. So hard to say. Back in. Here's the bit we're going to try and use. Okay. S5 is not solvable. S5 is not solvable. It's so close to saying that Quintic's unsolvable, right? It's got some of the same words. S5 is not solvable. Okay, so we got some understanding to do there as well. I thought I'd try working backwards a little bit too. We're over here. There's some radicals on the board. Finite field extension. Exciting. But I think we've been live for about 4 hours this afternoon. Should probably wrap it up. Yep, so the concept is, don't want to overdo it, I do 9 till 5. So we'll be live streaming again tomorrow. Join us on the quest to find the Quintic. Somewhere in between the field extensions that we saw this morning, exciting, bring in the complex numbers, build something that looks like complex numbers, and over here some sort of weird group fact about symmetries and permuting 5 objects in a even manner. I was like S5, I guess. Somehow in between these things work out. This kind of sequence idea, I think, is the idea about building. This idea of building a sequence, that finite filtration idea, where somehow you can't do that for symmetries of 5 objects, S5, and somehow the thing that we're building when we put in these radicals or these extra roots, these field extension things, constructs this kind of sequence in a way. I'm going to try and square that together over the rest of the quest. Where we are and where we want to be. Not quite the same place, of course. Right, cool. So I've got some pretty notes about rings. I've got some summary. I guess the little character, we're overextended a little bit. Gone further than we should, really. But I'm going to put him here. Just looking at Galois theory, standing near some field extensions, looking a bit nervous. I'm going to say that today, maybe cross some mountains. It's kind of a first pass. I don't expect to have brought anyone with me, right? Maybe I should draw like the audience, right? What is the audience going to be like? Audience, what do you like? I'm going to put the audience in here. So it's like everyone. Oh, this is going to look rude, right? I think I've wandered off over here, and I haven't really done anything to bring you with me. To be honest, I didn't expect to have an audience. I've drawn 4 people, which is more than I should have drawn. Oh no, don't give me my highest viewers now. That's just encouraging me. Let's do a little bit. And I don't really feel like I've brought you with me. Partly because I don't know who you are. One of you is a 9th grader. One of you already knows an example of a PID that's on the ED. So kind of everywhere. Let's put the audience. Yeah, it's not fair to put the audience here because some of the audience, like Elrude, you're like over here, right? Like Gandalf, you're gonna come and help. So the audience is around. Tag yourselves. But some of the audience probably want to know more about the elves, over in group theory. Kind of elf forest over here. This can be helpful later on. Quintic's kind of surrounded, it turns out, by a little forest of group theory. So you get there, and then near the end, you wish you'd brought some elves with you to understand all the group theory at the end. Good, okay. So, surprises. What have we learned today? We've learned that the route along here involves stuff, rings, addition and multiplication, getting closer and closer to being able to divide, and subtle shades of grey in which you might or might not be able to divide in a particular algebraic setting. We've seen field extensions for the first time, which I still think is impressive for day 1. And later on we've got ideas about radicals and splitting fields before we even get to the Quintic. That was a fun day. Thanks for studying with me. I'm going to call it there. The quest is to be continued. I'm doing this every day this week. So that's how my week works. I'm now optimistic. The little guy's got like halfway, sprinting through. So we're going to be back tomorrow for another live stream. It feels weird hanging up, like partly because I didn't expect this. Right, there were like 3 of you, absolute legends, in chat talking about rings or whatever. Didn't expect that. Partly because there's anyone to say see it tomorrow. I don't have a sign off. I don't have anything. I just have like this to be continued sign in the Indiana Jones font. Mix, isn't it? Because that's Lord of the Rings. That's Indiana Jones. Never mind. They both have maps. The quest is to be continued. That's a sign off. That's how you do a sign off.